Hey man, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing?
Good. I saw you did a new thread on Tate.
Yeah. That was yesterday while I was traveling.
What's the what's the latest there? You just calling out more media pieces?
Yeah. There's like a there's like there's like another media attack, so I had to destroy them.
And if anything happens to you, the first people I'll blame is probably the BBC, followed by all other media.
This is an accurate assessment, and the deep state and the military
No.
industrial
Let me send out the invites. And I slept 10.5 hours. It's incredible. You know when you wake up from a dream, you get pissed off, you try to go back to sleep to go back to the same dream.
You literally tell me this all the time, and I'm like, why are you telling this nerdy story for? Like, I'm not a girl.
I don't know, man. It's the weirdest feeling, but it's happened a few times this month. It feels pretty incredible. But you don't give a shit. You don't care about anything that doesn't have anything to do with destroying the media.
Yeah, I don't.
So,
I don't care about layman stories, bro. Sorry.
okay, then I'll tell you. Send out the invites.
I mean, let's ask the audience, like, who was interested and enthused by Mario's story about how he.
A lot of people would relate.
Let's get a
A
thumbs
lot
up.
of,
Let's
a,
get a thumbs up about Mario's story where he went to bed and then he woke up from bed and then he thought, you know what, I want to go back to bed to catch that dream again.
let me get some
Right, you've
speakers
got
that
zero
will.
thumbs up, bro. A lot of lot of laughing emojis laughing at you. So.
Nah, dude, I'm the same way. If I have a good dream, I want to get back to it.
Exactly, man. It's the best thing in the world. I don't
Yeah.
get it. Like I think Slayman when he goes to sleep, it's just a blank screen, like a black screen. This is Slayman's dream. Unbelievable. Oh, shit, I muted you, Trash. I was like, co-hosting you, but make sure I mute. But yeah, man, it's the best thing. It's happened a few times, including last night. Oh, like I just woke up, so it's the best thing in the world. Anyway, I have to wake up because Slayman can't co-host the space by himself, so I have to sit there babysitting him, and then ruin my fucking dream. Leela, how are you?
I'm well. I'm well. It's Lila, but I get Lila a lot.
I'm the worst at names, so
It's okay. You're
I've
not the
got
first. It's not the last.
I've got a list of people that will never join the space again because I keep getting their name wrong. Lisa or Liza will be one of them. She's an incredible speaker, but I keep getting her name wrong. I appreciate you joining. Thank you.
Danish just hosted the space for what month, and you still get his name wrong.
Danish. Let me see if. All right, so all sorts will be joining us as well. Just messaging him. We got John. John, good to have you as well as David and Dr. Miller. Good to have you guys. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mario. Appreciate you covering this topic.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy topic to cover. So give it another 2 minutes just to let the audience join. Trash, how's the day looking? Any interesting news today other than the Florida abortion ban after 6 weeks?
No, not a whole lot. Well, actually, I take that back. So Seymour Hersh just came out with an article, and I didn't get a chance to read it because I just came across it. But apparently, he has evidence or proof, I suppose, that Zelensky and some of the Ukrainian generals were laundering money out of the grants that they were receiving from other countries.
Oh shit! Okay, that's pretty big news. Did that article come out today?
It's out. Let me go find it. I'll be right back.
Interesting. Cool. That's fascinating. Danish.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Danish, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good man. You're always in the car or on a plane every time you join a space.
I apologize.
Are you back home now?
I am back home now, yes.
Cool, man. Cool. How was the finance space in the morning?
Really good. Yeah, Robert Wolf was up with us. It was really good. He always is a contrarian. So he's like the only person in America that doesn't believe a recession is coming. So it was very helpful to get his thoughts.
I'm on his camp. Like I'm not as bearish as everyone else seems, but then again, I'm not as knowledgeable as you guys or Robert. But I just feel like whenever there's problem, the narrative of the recession is coming. But isn't it due now in the cycle? It's been a while, hasn't it? It's been a long bull market.
Yeah, no, we're already in a recession, which is why it's so contrarian. But we're just changing the definition of what that means. And you have to remember, Robert is amazing, but he does have political leanings. And so that's sort of
yes, of course.
Yeah, he was part of the, and again, the beauty of this is nobody knows the actual answer, but I will say he was definitely alone in that
even Jay wasn't on his side.
Jay was not on his side like at all, and so it was a really good conversation. Sorry to chill our daily finance shows, but Mario and I do finance shows daily, 8 a.m. Eastern. So if people that are interested, please do join us.
Yeah, and Danish, just in terms of the banking contagion, before we kick off the abortion discussion, in terms of the banking contagion, things are looking good. Is there any indicators of more weakness among banks, at least regional banks, or we've seen the worst?
I'm actually much more concerned about regional banks because of commercial real estate. So, it's one of those things where it's not going to be an all-out crash the way we think about it. It'll be like a slow-moving crash. But I think today we got data from Goldman, from JP Morgan, that they got the largest inflows they've had in a long time. Where do you think that money's coming from? It's coming from people leaving their banks, their small regional banks, and putting their money in the bigger banks, and it's just it's the what we all predicted, and so we're going to see a flight to quality. Quite scary, actually, if you think about it, because the regional banks are the ones that are doing the projects in your neighborhood. They're not. JP Morgan doesn't give you a loan to build, to open a new store in your neighborhood or to do that project that your wife tried to convince you to do. It's more. You don't do that at the big banks. You do that at the small regional banks, and so it's going to hurt America. Lending is going to get tighter. We know credit is getting tighter. So this is actually a very sad time because during recessions, small businesses are the ones that get hurt the most.
Cool. All right, man. I think we can kick it off, Slayman. And Slayman, I know this is a topic you've covered extensively and you know a lot about. So I'm actually curious to get your stance. What we know so far, let's get the news. So DeSantis signs Heartbeat Protection Act into law. Let me read out what the act is, and then we can start discussing it. Actually, do you know the details of the act, Slayman? Maybe you could read it, or you could explain it to us.
Yeah, sure. I can explain it. So I'm just going to put your post on the Jumbotron as well.
Or whatever.
Yeah, whatever it's called. So basically, what's happened is in Florida, you had a scenario where you weren't allowed to have abortion after 15 weeks. That's now been changed to 6 weeks. And the exception being that if it's a scenario of a rape, incest, medical emergency, or fetal abnormalities. So yeah, I mean, that has once again ignited the whole pro-life, pro-choice debate.
Hold on, did you say there's an exception for what? For the 6 week?
Yeah, so the exceptions are for medical emergency, rape, incest, and fetal abnormalities.
Okay, I'm writing down. All right, and how's the response? I've seen kind of a move. Has there been a movement in the US towards reverting a lot of the laws, the pro-choice laws that came into effect in recent times, and a lot of them are being reversed? Is that what we're seeing? Because this is a topic I'm not well versed in, so it'd be good to give us an overview of what's been happening and the sentiment in the US.
I mean, in terms of the specifics, I don't know about in the US, but generally speaking, yeah, you see overall from a holistic point of view, you have seen a move by a number of states, generally speaking, red states, who are basically overturning a lot of legislation or basically specifying a lot of legislation which was a lot more geared towards pro-choice.
Okay. Trash, any more
Yeah,
insight into the movement recently in the US and what we've been seeing?
Yeah, a lot. So there was a Roe v. Wade, and there's other cases up at the Supreme Court, and basically what that did when they overturned that opinion from the 70s, what it did was it sent it back to the states to be able to determine whether or not they're going to have abortion laws or not. And so it just became a states' rights issue. So that's why you've seen a lot of states starting to move on this topic. Many others, like California and such, have not done any kind of reversals, and there are some states that have some seriously aggressive laws up to almost the moment of birth. And then there's others where it's completely banned for everything, or it's 6 weeks, which is essentially what they call the heartbeat. But yeah, so it's become now a states' right versus a national thing without because the problem is that they were using this case that was done in the Supreme Court to establish a precedent where they could actually have these abortion laws in place for favor of having abortions in the states. Once it became a states' rights, and then they have to vote on it and actually legislate it. The problem is that this was something that was a hot button topic that politicians could have used during their campaigns, and there was never really any desire to pass legislation within our Congress to codify these laws, to codify this ability or not. So that's why everyone was kind of freaking out about this, because it went back to the states' rights issues, and now we've seen several states move on it. That's essentially the gist.
Okay. And then where's your stance on this trash?
Well, all right, I'll say it. So I've been pro-choice for a long time, and then when I saw how aggressive these laws have what has been allowed in these other states, it's gotten to the point where I'm just against it now. At this point, it's too far. It's too much. Like, we can have a conversation about 6 weeks.
How far are you against the trash? Like, if you were pro-choice, is it it sounds like you're against the lobbying, but what about specifically in terms of abortion in itself?
No, that's exactly what I mean. It's not the lobbying. They are passing laws to go up to 9 months. I mean, it's insane.
So yeah, so what for you would be, if there is an appropriate cutoff?
No, it's been pushed too far. I don't see.
No, I get that. I get that it's been pushed too far, but specifically, like, for you, what do you think would be an
Like, what period? Like, you mean what period of time? Yeah, like the 6 week one is the
DeSantis
heartbeat.
6 weeks. Yeah.
DeSantis, one more time, DeSantis, man. Jesus, is DeSantis. Yeah, so DeSantis has the 6 week limit, which is like the heartbeat, law. So where do you stand, Trad? Do you have a certain period in time? And then we'll go to Danish.
Yeah, no, because it's been pushed too far. I don't actually believe in a lot of the. So I'm actually against it completely. The only thing I would be for would be rape, incest, or medical intervention. That would be it for me.
Okay, but if it's accidental, you're against that as well.
What's accidental?
Accidental, like they weren't
Even
planning.
accidental.
They weren't planning to get to. The lady wasn't planning to become pregnant.
There's tons of people out there wanting to adopt babies and young children. I have a friend of mine that's been trying for a long time. I don't see the need in it. I've moved completely on it because of how extreme it got. It made me reconsider my entire position.
Danish, where do you stand on this topic?
I mean, I'm pro-choice. I think it is the woman's right to choose. I think we should have conversations around birth control. We should have conversations, more holistic conversations around even abstinence. But ultimately, once we have to be thinking about the ethical aspects of this, about the government getting in between a woman and her doctor, and that, in my opinion, sacred relationship. So ultimately, I think it's a woman's right to choose. But I do think that, just like everything else, we have to think through the entire, upstream experience and understand that it's not just people going willy-nilly doing whatever they want. It's more around, having like a more educated conversation around the whole abortion issue. I don't think there's like one simple solution here.
And I want to go to you as well. How are you? Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me. Sorry, I cannot stay long. I have a event this evening I'm running off to, but I appreciate the chance
No,
to
I
pop in. and say
appreciate
hello.
the time you're giving us. So, Anna, what do you think of the decision that DeSantis has taken, and what Sleiman was just talking about is that we're seeing that statewide movement towards reversing a lot of the pro-choice laws that came into effect?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's been a catalyst, you know, with the Fall Roe and the Dobbs decision, with states across America, with their legislatures taking action to restrict, if not ban, abortion completely. I think it's pretty clear that I stand against many of these politically motivated restrictions. You know, Florida for years has had a right to privacy in our state constitution that has respected that balance, and we've had a viability restriction in our state for years until last year when a 15-week ban was passed by legislature. And now, of course, last night, Governor DeSantis signed, you know, in a private type of ceremony, 11 o'clock at night, a 6-week abortion ban with narrow exceptions. And I'm very concerned about the impact of that. I voted no on it. As members of the House Democrats, we filed upwards of 50 amendments to try to change the bill. In fact, one of my Democratic colleagues filed a Republican-like amendment mimicking a Ronald Reagan restriction from his administration when he was governor of California, trying to provide even olive branches, if you will, to Republicans. And at least 6 Republicans voted no yesterday in the Florida House, 2 in the Senate. Many Republicans walked off the floor and didn't vote. So I think it's pretty clear that a 6-week ban just goes way too far in to a point where women do not realize they're pregnant yet. So, you know, clearly I have a lot of concerns, but of course, you know, everyone has their own beliefs on this. But I just feel like it's not a place for government to be that involved. Like, of course, you should have regulations on any medical procedure that are based on the best medical standards and guidelines. I just don't think it's where government should be getting in between that woman, her family, her doctor, and her faith. And we really should respect the privacy of this matter.
Anna, what you mentioned that you asked for about 50, not you, but as a collective asked for about 50 amendments. What are some of those amendments, maybe the major ones, that would have impacted the bill?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, you know, many of the amendments centered on key aspects of the legislation. You know, as I mentioned, changing the 6-week ban, reverting it to the one that one of my colleagues, Representative Antone, provided was a 20-week restriction. You know, we had amendments around trying to reduce the burden of proof on rape and incest, and to make it not as re-traumatizing, if you will, for someone who is going through that. We also tried to clarify the exceptions on life of the pregnant person and reduce the 2 physician requirement. Florida is very unique in requiring 2 doctors to sign off on situations, you know, when it comes to the risk of that pregnancy. And in some of our rural areas, it's very difficult to identify 2 doctors willing to do that, let alone 2 doctors who are experts, you know, in making that type of diagnosis. So we provided amendments to, one amendment was to just make it 1 doctor. Another amendment would only make it 1 doctor if you could not identify a second doctor. I filed an amendment to provide more time for parental notification consent. So Florida requires any minor who is seeking an abortion to seek notification of their parent and consent of that parent. And so doing that in 6 weeks is pretty tough when you don't get permission, or if you live in foster care and don't have a parent or guardian. So in those situations, you have to turn to the court system. So I just wanted to extend that time frame from 6 weeks to 15 weeks to get a judicial bypass, which again, I can talk more about, but it basically is going before a judge to get permission to end that pregnancy. And that was also rejected. So, you know, it's pretty frustrating when we offer suggestions. And I would argue that some are some are definitely more that clear Republicans won't support it, but others like that are pretty decent and just trying to reduce harm, if you will. And those were also rejected, you know, pretty soundingly. The bill also allocates $25 million to crisis pregnancy centers. So we also filed as a caucus many amendments to move that money to different places. For example, I wanted to move it to rape crisis centers, which are severely underfunded in Florida. I also filed an amendment to move the $25 million to diaper banks and milk banks. So, we tried to reallocate those funds as well.
So Anna, I've got like quite a lot of questions
Yeah,
based on what you said.
Before I ask, you mentioned one thing, Anna. I know Sulaiman, you got a lot more questions. You mentioned the burden of proof. How do you prove? So I know that abortion's legal. Is legal after 6 weeks as long as it's a medical emergency, rape, fetal abnormalities, and incest. How do you? What's the burden of proof? How do you prove rape or incest?
So to provide some clarity, you only have that exception up to 15 weeks. So you don't have that exception beyond 15 weeks. So I think that's important. It's not an exception, beyond that. So it is very, very specific in when that exception can even apply. But to your question, the bill is pretty explicit. However, we had questions if an affidavit would count, and that we did not get clarity on that, unfortunately. But the bill outlines things like a police report could be considered as evidence. Our concern is that not every survivor of rape immediately reports that, and there's a lot of reasons why someone might not report that incident when it first happens. But it does, basically the requirements would need you to report it to some sort of official, and the concerns we brought up is that's not always the case, right? So but that is the exception that's in the bill, with these different examples of proof within a 15-week period.
So Anna, just staying on the burden of proof question, I have a question. So when I saw this bill, one of my concerns was, and this is even without your amendment, one of my concerns was that you're gonna see a scenario where rape allegations will increase in order to get an abortion. That's the first question. So do you see that? And the second question is, if you were to reduce the burden of proof as per your amendment, wouldn't you then have an even more significant case where there'll be a lot more rape allegations against men to get an abortion?
I mean, I think those are, fair questions to bring up, but it definitely didn't come up in debate. I think that I think there's compassion, on both sides of the aisle for situations of rape. No one brought up a concern, at least on the House floor, about someone lying. And we were not eliminating any types of evidence. I think that the goal was to widen the options for evidence in those situations. And so, at the end of the day, the bill does require, as it currently stands, copies of something like a restraining order, police report, medical record, or other court type of documents. And we just wanted to see if other options could be provided as that, quote, evidence. We haven't seen that happen
Anna,
in Florida.
Sorry, Anna. Just to specify. So, irrespective of whether it was talked about in the House floor, it just means, that should have been something they talked about and they didn't. But specifically, this is a concern of mine, and I believe it will be an issue in the future, that you will have a scenario, you may have there's a strong possibility there'll be a scenario where a lot of men will be accused of rape now to get abortion. And in addition to that, if you want to reduce the burden of proof, then that will exacerbate the situation. So, what's your thought on that specific point, and how would you be able to ensure that doesn't happen?
I voted no on this bill for a lot of reasons, and I don't think it's a good idea to create an environment where people may feel incentivized to lie to try to access care. Like, that's just a dangerous precedent, a dangerous environment to create. And obviously, when people feel like they're in a situation of desperation, they may turn to those types of decision making. Now, I will say I don't like to speculate. It's just not my style. Like, I really prefer to lean on evidence in making my decisions. So I can't speak to other states and what effect they've seen with such restrictions. I will say that the documentation being required is the same that we currently require when it comes to rape and incest exceptions for the ultrasound mandate in Florida and the 24-hour waiting period, which is another policy we have in Florida. And I also brought up the point, not to shift gears too far, but Florida is also a 24-hour delay state. So one of the amendments that I filed was to eliminate 24-hour mandatory delay, because the whole point of that policy from 2015 was to delay making the decision because Republicans wanted women to have more time. And I would argue with a 6-week abortion ban, you don't have time. And so there's also just a tension that I would argue exists between the current restrictions, the new restrictions. But, candidly, that the point you're bringing up, I respect your opinion on that. It's not something I've studied heavily, so I can't really comment on it. But, I think when you create environments where, people have limited options, they turn to different means. And that's definitely not ideal and not a structure you want to incentivize by setting these restrictions and different hoops, for people in these situations to then figure out how to navigate in their interest.
So I just want to bring in Leela, and what I'll do is I'll be asking you.
It's
and
Lila, man, you're gonna get us
Lila,
cancelled.
so-
I told you, Lila. If you think someone's worse, he still calls DeSantis DeSantos. That's how bad he is.
Yeah, but he calls Dr. Danish Denise, so I mean, and that's a major issue. Could cause a war. I'm not joking, everyone. But
And I do apologize. I have to be somewhere in like 6:45. I'm emceeing an event in my district tonight. So are there any?
Yeah, so we're
last
gonna.
questions
Yeah,
from
of course.
me?
So
I do
Salman.
apologize.
Yeah, so Salman's gonna be asking. Yeah, he thought we're gonna ask you and Lila questions together for next
I'd
time.
like to ask.
So Lila,
Oh,
the question. I had two questions for you.
And then John, you'll get the mic right after Salman. Go ahead, Salman.
So the first question was the first question, which is the same that I asked Anna in terms of the burden of proof. You've got a scenario where there is a risk that a lot more men will be falsely accused in order to get an abortion. And if Anna's amendment was included, where the threshold was decreased, you'll have that increase even more. And the second question was to what Anna said, and she wanted to remove the 24-hour delay. Now, shouldn't it, when you're making such a major decision, if 24 hours, would one argue that maybe 24 hours is not enough and you actually need more time? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate you hosting this conversation. It's so important. I think to answer both questions, have to kind of start with a fundamental so that you'll understand my answer. And that's, when it comes to this whole question of abortion and this law, obviously that has just been passed, the pro-life position is that human rights are universal, that we all share human rights, and that the first human right is life, that the first human right being the right to exist, the right to live and not be killed, is before all other rights. You can enjoy any other rights, right to freedom, right to assembly, anything else without life. And so who has the right to life? Well, it's universal, all humans have it. So then the question is, who is human, right? And when we say who is human, we mean anybody that is a member of the human species. And you become a member of the human species at fertilization, according to science. And so we believe, human rights are for everyone, whether you're very young, you're very old, you're sick, whether you're very dependent, it doesn't matter, you deserve to live. And so, this is a step in the right direction that Governor DeSantis has done. I mean, it's very popular in his state. 62% of Floridians actually support this heartbeat law, protecting children whose heartbeats can be detected. I don't think it goes far enough. I think if you're a human life, you should be protected from day one from lethal violence. So that's unfortunate that it's only at 6 weeks, but it definitely is a big step forward from being a 15-week-old baby and not being protected. So I think we have to remember this is a question of human rights. And then that kind of answers some of your other questions about waiting periods and, questions about rape survivors or charges of rape. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're a child conceived in rape, that doesn't mean you should get the death penalty because you're conceived in rape. You're a human life that deserves equal protection to a child conceived in any other way. So that's, I think, a really important point to remember here. And, the prevailing in media narrative is saying, oh, this is so crazy. How could, media is very biased on this issue, unfortunately. You have a lot of pro-abortion news sources that are unfortunately just biased for the abortion position. And so they report on this like it's some terrible thing, when the reality is, like I said, according to the latest polling, 62% of Floridians support this bill. That includes 76% of Hispanic Floridians. Even 54% of Democrats support the heartbeat law in Florida. I mean, that's incredible, right? So you wouldn't really, know that if you just read your typical news article on this, because they're trying to kind of paint DeSantis in a bad light, I think. But the reality is this is a popular law by an extremely popular governor, and it's a step in the right direction, I think.
So Leila, I mean, based on what you're saying, you're against abortion even in the case of rape. So I guess then you agree that this bill will have a situation where it increases the number of men who are accused of rape.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting hypothesis that might happen. I don't know. I will say, I think, yeah, condemning those children just because they are conceived in rape, saying they can get killed by abortion and the other kids should not be killed by abortion, I don't think that's fair. I think that's actually a defect with the bill. So perhaps the Representative Anna and I would agree on that. It's a defect. We agree for different reasons, of course, because I think she'd say you can kill the baby for any reason and have no restriction on it, which I think is quite frankly insane and unjust. But I agree. I think it's very problematic to say that any human life is less valuable than another because of the circumstances of their conception. And I do think that's a defect with the bill. Is it a step in the right direction? Yes. But I think it needs to go further. So
Anna, I want to go to you, and there's two questions. One based on what Leila said, and then another one. So, I mean, she's assumed that your position is that you can basically abort for any reason at any time. So that's the first question. The second question is this: you mentioned that one of the amendments you wanted to reduce the fact that there was 2 physicians to sign off on a pregnancy. Now, wouldn't one argue that that would actually, would that not be better that basically you've got 2 physicians, they're basically corroborating, you maybe have one that's ideologically driven? So that's my 2 questions to you.
Well, thanks for throwing it back. And, I'm not going to put words on people's mouths, and I definitely appreciate folks on doing that as well, just out of respect of a debate. And so I filed an amendment on this bill in its first committee stop to restore it to the viability restriction, which was already in Florida law. So that has been my position, and that continues to be my position, right? So I just want to keep things the same. Any bill I filed in the past regarding reproductive issues or abortion have been to eliminate the delay law, because again, the delay law, it's purely designed to create barriers to care. For people who are of low wealth, for example, the struggles in fighting transportation, taking time off work, and the ability to hotel and lodging if you have to travel far. Those are real challenges people face. And so just from an empathetic perspective, I've never thought the delay law was necessary. And so with that said, on your question about 2 doctors, so, we have rural parts of Florida where you're just not going to find 2 doctors. And the criminal penalties are very high, where you're not going to have doctors. I mean, I trust these are not, doctors off the street. I mean, these are certified Florida Board of Medicine doctors. Like, there are professionals who don't want to lose their license. So the assumption that doctors are going to operate in a way to hurt their license, I think it's not fair to say that. And we have already seen very tragic circumstances of wanted pregnancies, of patients having to bleed out before they can access care. And this is under the 15-week ban, y'all. So, it's a very, I understand the sensitivities. I totally respect, people's individual perspectives on when life begins. I don't know if John's still here, but John and I I think that's
One last question should take you a few seconds to answer. I think it's your first time on the space.
Okay.
And we asked this question to all special guests that join. What are your thoughts on I know it's unrelated, but I like to ask every special guest, just the concept of Twitter
Okay.
Spaces, how you could just jump on for a few somewhere and share your thoughts and jump off and debate. I'm not sure if you've heard our
Right.
space before, but give us your thoughts on the experience in a few seconds.
On the Twitter Space experience.
Yep.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's you know, I feel Twitter Spaces are they're a really effective space to, like you said, tap in, share thought, meet new people, and in a casual way where you don't have to get all dressed up for it. So, you know, I definitely appreciate the invitation, and hopefully my schedule will allow me to hop back in. So thanks for creating
Thanks,
the space.
Anna. Appreciate it. Simon.
All right.
Um,
Take care, y'all.
Thanks a lot, Anna. Lila, again, good to have you. What are your thoughts on what was said so far before Sulaiman starts to ask more questions to the panel? Just would love you to respond.
Sure. Yeah, I think you know, I do think it's important to note, and I think Trash said it earlier. I don't know if he goes by Trash, but that's his name on the.
It is
but he
Trash.
said it really-
It is.
That's awesome. Well, he had a really great point earlier, which is, you know, I think one of the things he was sharing is he is just kind of done with the whole pro-choice, pro-abortion thing because of just what he's seen. And, you know, I know the representative says, well, I only do, you know, sort of these middle measures myself in politics. But the reality is, you know, as a Democrat and the Democratic Party at large, it's important to note they are for zero abortion restrictions. They're for taxpayer-funded abortion. They're for penalizing pro-life resource centers. They're for, you know, abortion through all 9 months, and even in some cases post-birth abortion, meaning they would allow the child to you know, disallow medical care for a newborn if the parents and the doctor decide, basically leaving a newborn to die. It's infanticide. So these are just real things that we have to grapple with and recognize that this legislation is not happening in you know, a partisan vacuum. It's happening in a really combative world today when it comes to abortion, where one party, the Democratic Party, which again, it's so sad because there are pro-life Democrats, but the party platform is abortion through all 9 months. So, you know, DeSantis doing this, I think, is again a really good step in the right direction. But the reality is, human life is not, you know, it's not, I believe science says that human life begins at fertilization. That's not my personal belief. It's not my religious belief. It's not my moral belief. It's a scientific fact. You know, you open any biology textbook, you open any embryo, you know, you learn about embryology, and you know there's this moment, sperm egg fusion, when a single cell embryo comes into existence that is genetically distinct, unique from the parents, and that is a new human life. So then the question becomes, does that human life get the same human rights that everybody else has? And I think if human rights are universal, meaning they're for all humans, you know, then I think absolutely we need to protect these very young humans, these children, from lethal violence. So
Dr. Danish,
again, you know,
I just want to respond to what you said.
yeah, Dr.
So
Danish,
I think
I want to ask you
absolutely-
a couple of questions and then you can respond as well. Is that all right?
Sulaiman, let me respond first, please. So, you know, because you made a comment that I think was incorrect. I think the Democratic platform is actually very ambiguous
Danish,
about
that's your
where
mic.
they stand.
Sorry, bro. Your mic. I don't know if you could fix it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
hard to hear you. Yeah, man. I know. And maybe
Okay,
while you're
is
fixing
this
your mic. Oh, it's good now. Oh, much better. Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so all I was gonna say was that sorry, there's a little bit of background music, but I was gonna say that, you know,
Danish is connected back to Bluetooth. We can't hear you again. It's worse. All right. So Danish's mic is really bad.
All right, so while Danish is sorting out, then
Yeah,
we go to All Sauce. All Sauce. I guess this is a question for you. So one of the things Anna said was that one of the amendments she wanted to do was to reduce government involvement in this issue. I guess the first question is, what's your thought about government involvement in a lot of these issues? And the second question is this. I mean, if you look at the argument Mr. Rose made, the argument was this. It was that essentially it's a human life from day zero. And so therefore, if you take it away, you're committing murder. And obviously government does get involved in the case of murder. So therefore, there is a reason for the government to get involved, I guess what the argument is. So also your thoughts on those two would be brilliant.
Yeah, and I'll respond to that. So I think this notion that the Democratic Party supports abortion up to 9 months and post is very hyperbolic, right? That's that is not in any platform and at all. That is not the advocacy of the main Democratic Party. I mean, you can find crazies that might advocate for such a thing, but that's not the mainstream platform. And I think when we're having a conversation about being pro-choice or pro-life, in any way, shape, or form, there's going to be some level of government involvement. And so, and this is where I would advocate, in a way, from one way of government advocacy, right, and involvement, that ties into this notion of being pro-life, because I just never hear this from the conservative side and the pro-life side, right? I just don't hear measures after birth advocating for reducing policies, specific policies that reduce infant mortality, right? If you look at the states that have the most strict abortion laws, they generally have either the highest level of infant mortality rate, so children from 0 to who do not even turn 1 year old die before they turn 1 year old, and or above the average of the United States, right? So when we're having a conversation, they're saying they're pro-life. It's almost as if they're pro-life until the baby is born, and then they don't care, right? So you can go through the list of proposals that the Democratic Party that has done that would actually reduce abortion rates, right? If you look at economics, right, and one of the main reasons why we see abortion is economics, is economic instability, poverty, right? That is, and I think we can all acknowledge that. You can be in a position where you can be pro-choice, but want to reduce abortions. And the way you do that is by increasing care, increasing resources, providing better medical treatment, support networks, as the representative said, making it more feasible and easier to adopt. Our adoption system in America is absolutely broken, where it's better to do foster care than actual adoption.
Also, just a question on what you just said.
Yeah.
Because you made a good point. You said basically in scenarios where abortion is more restricted, infant mortality increases within the first year. But then again, doesn't that speak to Ms. Rose's argument, which is that essentially it's murder, and those people who want to murder, according to her argument, those are people who want to murder the children are willing to do it even when the child is born, and so there's no difference. And the person sees it as the same.
I would disagree. Again, I'm not. So I will. Let me premise this completely 100%. I am not a medical professional, right? But with that conversation, it has been until Roe v. Wade. It has been the law that is not the case until it was overturned. And now the question is, it went thrown to the states, right? And now we have a problem. Right, but even in Governor DeSantis' point of view, that is not the case in the 6-week abortion ban. Right? That is not the consensus either in the scientific field or in this and legally that is what happens. Right, and so I would have to push back on that. We can have a philosophical debate, but at the end of the day, we're also talking about human beings and how this impacts. Right, and so the question that I have for people that are pro-life is like, okay, if you're going to have this position, and this is what you're advocating, what measures are you pushing into place to, one, reduce infant mortality specifically, which are higher in areas with generally more restrictive abortion laws, right? Higher levels of infant mortality rate. And two, what measures are you putting in place to provide care and economic support to the most vulnerable of our communities who probably would seek out abortions more? What are you doing? What proposals do you propose to assist those people? Because a lot of times when those proposals get put forward, all you hear is this is government socialism, handouts, not the case. So if you're telling people you need to have kids and babies and you don't have access to abortion, then how are you going to support the most vulnerable and ensuring that they can provide proper care and support to those babies?
By the way, anyone just jump in and answer, because you don't need to wait.
Yeah, so
I'd love to answer.
I'd
love to answer. I think perhaps we can agree. I mean, if what you're saying, and I think it's all sour again, if I'm getting your name wrong, I'm so sorry. But absolutely. I mean, the bill that Governor DeSantis signed has $25 million additional dollars going to family resource centers that serve young families and pregnant mothers. So, and the pro-life movement at large, I'm privileged to be a part of it. We have thousands of pregnancy resource centers, tons of work being done in foster care and adoption care. I'm very much passionately for paid family leave, child tax credit, making America a friendlier place to raise a family. So I think it's a little bit.
Then why is that not?
It is the law in many places.
Why did the
let's work.
credit?
Yeah,
Why did the
let's
child
work
income
together
credit
to make
become
that
law?
happen. Let's
But why
work
did it
together
come
to make that happen.
But it's not
Well,
the
I
law,
mean,
right?
I
We
mean,
all
if you're,
agree.
if you're, I mean, I think maybe this is what we're missing here. One thing that's absolutely, you talk about the importance of reducing abortion. One of the things that's going to absolutely lower abortion is an abortion ban. So if your position is that human life is valuable and children are valuable, I don't understand why you can't agree and join at calling for an abortion ban. And in addition to all of these other public policies that we both agree on. I mean,
Because I think
Guttmacher, which is
you're targeting
good.
the most vulnerable of our population. If you're saying that an abortion ban is not going to, you're going to make abortions more risky. And oh, by the way, by saying you're pro-life, no, hold on.
Yeah.
We have seen cases, multiple, that is now has been challenged in the Supreme Court, to the federal court systems, right? If you're saying you're pro-life, what we forget in having these conversations, right? My wife is a nurse in Texas, right? So this is something that is very concerning for a lot of ER nurses and doctors. The issue is if the baby is not viable, you're putting the mother's life at risk if you're not allowing abortions. We have seen consistently cases of mothers who want to have children, who want to have their babies, that are incapable of having it for whatever medical reason, and the government is getting involved in a medical decision that might kill the mother because she goes into septic shock. Right?
I think there's a misunderstanding here. There's no pro-life law
that's
that
the effect.
if you
That's
can
Wait,
the
let
effect.
her answer. Go for it.
If I can just answer here. So I think you're referring to miscarriage care. If the baby has already passed away, removing that baby who's already dead is not an abortion. There's zero pro-life laws that would restrict in any way removing that baby. One of my best friends who's pro-life, who actually lives in Florida, just miscarried. She can get a procedure to remove the baby if the baby doesn't get expelled naturally. That's not killing that baby. So I think we can agree on that. And I think it's, it's very problematic when there are these very scary scenarios that women are told, you have to support abortion because if you don't have abortion, you're going to die. It's a lie. It's not true. I work with an association of thousands of medical professionals who care for high-risk pregnancies, who care for mothers who are pregnant, who are OBGYNs, and abortion is not a medical treatment. It does not save lives. It takes a life. So I think I hope we can agree that if you're for protecting children,
you're highlighting, this is the problem. I just want to push back, and I'll let you finish. I'm sorry, I just have to push back on this. Because
let me just finish my statement, then I'd love to hear your response. Yeah, I was just going to say, if you want to agree with me, let's protect children in this country. We can agree on all the public policy measures to work to protect families and young children, the not-for-profits, the NGOs, the community efforts. But let's agree that the 2,500 children, the abortion rate in this country daily is 2,500 children are killed every day by abortion. It is the leading cause of death in America. More than heart disease, more than cancer, more than car accidents. Let's band together to protect those children before birth as we fight to also care for them and their families after birth.
And real quick,
So the misconception, sorry, if I may, just to answer the misconception, here's the problem with this conversation. Because you highlight an issue about if the baby and the fetus are dead, right? We all agree, okay, there's no heartbeat. But what you're not addressing is situations which also occur very commonly and affect mothers, in which the fetus has a heartbeat, but the mother cannot deliver the baby. So before, I think what you're missing,
I think the key point you're missing here is in an abortion, the baby is delivered. I think there's a profound misunderstanding of how medicine works. And I'm not a doctor, but I'm privileged to work with a team of medical experts with my organization and with different associations. And every abortion involves the delivery of a dead baby. And the abortion is the intentional killing of that child before delivery.
What do you do? What does the law and what is your position? If the mother cannot, if the fetus has a heartbeat, but the mother cannot deliver the baby without severe risk to her own life, at that position, I think the last person that needs to get involved is the government. That
what
needs
I
to be
think
a conversation.
You're missing, the baby doesn't magically pop out of the mother in an abortion. The baby has to be delivered.
Forget the abortion. Forget the abortion.
I don't know then what I'm not
Liz
sure.
Rose,
Okay.
I'll frame this question for him. I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say basically you have a scenario where you've got a fetus's life, right? And you've got the life of the mother. Now, if you continue with the pregnancy, you risk the mother dying. So in that scenario, would you accept that abortion is allowed? It's actually like it's a topic that's been discussed in.
And as you answer, Laila,
I understand.
let me just quickly read out Vice President Harris
she tweeted the following 3 minutes ago. Today, the Supreme Court granted, it's related to the topic, not the Florida law. Today, the Supreme Court granted a temporary stay in the case of seeking to block access to safe and effective FDA-approved abortion medication. The president and I will continue to fight against attempts to get between patients and their healthcare professionals. So that was 4 minutes ago. Go ahead, Laila.
Thank you. I think this is a very important point because it's a common misconception in the abortion debate. And that's that abortion is not a medical treatment, and that it is possible as a physician to care for both the mother and the baby. In some very rare and very extreme situations, if there is a life-threatening emergency that the mother is under, early delivery, preterm delivery can be legitimate. In that case, you're not targeting the baby's body for destruction. You're not going in there to kill the baby. You may have to do an early term delivery and try to resuscitate that baby, try to provide medical care for that baby. But I think that's a very important distinction because unfortunately today in the medical world among pro-abortion doctors and physicians, they are using abortion as this shortcut to provide real quality and holistic healthcare to mothers and children. And so I'm privileged to work, as I said, with medical professionals, and there's an association, over 2,000 of them, who say, let's care for both mother and child and provide best-in-class medical care for both instead of killing one as some sort of way to assist the other, when actually killing a child does not take away pre-existing conditions from the mother. It doesn't make the mother healthier in the end. It only ultimately leads to a dead child. So I think that's a very important point to read past some of the media headlines and look at the actual facts of what's happening.
Yeah, so real quick, I just wanted to kind of give an update. This was kind of going back earlier to what all sources were saying, but I actually pulled up it's called World Population Review, and it was basically what states allow late term or have zero restrictions. So right now, there are 26 states that would allow an abortion to protect the mother's life and physical health. There are 14 to protect life and health. And then there's 3 to protect the life of the mother only. And there's 7 states that have no restrictions at all. So those 7 states are Alaska, Oregon, Colorado, New Mexico, New Jersey, Vermont, and New Hampshire. So that
California is now one too. We actually just joined the list last fall, unfortunately.
So this is kind of
proposition. We passed Proposition 1, and it's our state constitution now that says there's unfettered access to abortion for any reason. So you can't limit abortion whatsoever in California.
So Mario, if I can be heard, this is John.
Yeah, jump in, John. And then David, of course.
Yeah, so several things. I wanted to back up to the original conversations, and a couple people have said that Roe sent the issue back to the states, and it did, but not exactly. The case actually says that it sent it back to the people and their elected representatives. So it's not exclusively a state's issue. Congress could take action according to the principles of Dobbs, which overturned Roe. And that's an important point. But primarily now this is a state battle. However, at some point, Congress can and should probably engage in some legislation, and we'll see that happen. Anna Escamante is my representative here in Orlando, Florida. I wish she was still on the call, and I'm not sure why we devoted the debate to her since she's not on here for the rest of the couple hours we're going to be doing this. But she is a former Planned Parenthood employee, and we're civil. We talk to each other at times, but she would accept no regulations at all on any abortion restriction. She was seeming to sound like she was a moderate for a moment there and saying she would have some kind of regulations. The Democrats filed 50 amendments purely to block the bill yesterday. The entire day was spent processing these amendments, and none of them were really done in good faith. They were just done to simply try to clog the process down. And in the end, all the debate was done. It took the entire day, but the bill ended up passing. Someone talked about the most vulnerable. I think it was is it All Source News talked about the most vulnerable persons. That made me laugh, because it seems to me that an unborn child who is residing in the mother's womb, the most safe and secure place on the face of the earth, which it should be, that's the most vulnerable person. And we as classical liberals and people who are interested in human rights should be interested in those who are vulnerable, those who need protection. And the unborn child certainly is in that category. First and foremost, along with those who are in prison, those who are poor, those who are oppressed. And so if just using the presuppositions of basic liberal thinking, we need to be concerned with people who are oppressed and vulnerable, and the unborn child is certainly that.
Yeah, no, I I think that's a solid pushback with all sources. Did you want to respond, all sources?
Yeah, so one of the things I would like to respond in this right when we were having this conversation about post Dobbs, right? That it got pushed back to the states. Well, I think this is an important thing to highlight because I know Leila, if I mispronounce her name, please correct me.
By the way, yeah, 3 minutes.
It's
Lila, yeah, guys, please, Lila. 3 minutes.
Sorry.
3
All
minutes.
good. Lila like to Lila.
3 minutes ago,
Okay.
Biden said, "That's breaking, is it?" Yeah, he said that has decided to run for a second term and would announce his campaign relatively soon. So that came out 3 minutes ago. So I thought I'd be
Uh-oh.
not surprising, but worth announcing.
So, but that's pretty funny. But what I think it's important to highlight, right? Because I know they said the 60%, and that you're right that there's a poll that came out that said that, right? I would counter there's other polls that show also that one is the Tampa Bay Times, I believe it was May 2022, stated that when asked to Floridians, do you want any restriction on abortions? The vast majority said no. And more importantly, when we're looking at actual people voting, right? When we're looking at the votes in referendums of changing state constitutions or proposals to restrict abortion, they've consistently failed, right? I mean, we've seen in red states, right? I think so. I think, and what the policy is, and this is where I think I want to make abundantly clear what my position is for people to understand and not misconstrue my point. I am pro-choice. I 100% am pro-choice to an extent, right? And I do believe that there is a term of viability that is important when we're having this conversation.
So what's
but hold on, where I, if I may just finish this point, where I think it's important to highlight is that where I would agree with you, John, right? And I think this is where you and I maybe have some sort of agreement is I agree that it should be a government policy to reduce abortion as much as possible, even though there's access. So where I think the fight should really be is not necessarily restricting the healthcare and the woman's choice on her body. Where I think the fight needs to be is what policies can governments put in place to lower abortion as much as possible? I would love to live in a society where we have advanced medical treatment, easy access to healthcare, affordable healthcare, paid paternal leave, earned income credit for children, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to see those communities that might, or those people that might be at most risk to get an abortion, have the reassurance that they had the care necessary to reduce it. So I'm pro-choice, but I think it is a reasonable policy from the government to take to say, we want to put policies in place to address the core issues of why people get an abortion and make sure that those are addressed and reduce it as much as possible.
So your comment is interesting because it goes to the polling issue, because the pollings are very different depending on what you're focusing on. When you focus on the reality of what's in mommy's belly, right? The fact that the child feels pain, the fact that there's a heartbeat, and these critical stages of human development, polls are very different. But even you yourself, you said I'm 100% pro-choice, but then you're also willing to say, which in most languages mean for any reason at any time, but then you also have reasonable regulations you'd like to see. So you're not really as pro-choice as you think you are, and that's the problem that we have in polling, is that people say that they're one thing, but when you actually get to the specifics, they're really not as radical as the polling might say. And so this is why the Florida poll, I think, is more accurate, and the polls that actually focus on the development of human field development are actually more accurate than the generic polls that talk about, are you pro-choice or not?
Can I say make a comment?
Yeah,
now,
I know you want
Mario?
to jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm unfortunately, this is an awesome space. I wish I was here for the full time. I will have to leave shortly, but I think that's an excellent point, because polling historically on abortion has been very misleading because it uses these labels pro-choice, pro-life, and that means a lot of different things for a lot of different people, as opposed to saying, do you support abortion on a child with a beating heart? Do you support abortion on a child that can feel pain? And really speak to what exactly is the abortion, because in our conversation, even here, it's so easy to lose sense of what is abortion. We created a website, abortionprocedures.com, with medical experts to actually walk you through each of the most common, most prevalent abortions that take place in this country legally. And when everyday people, including pro-choice people, by the way, learn about what actually happens to the body of this child, this embryo, this fetus, how they're
argument in the sense that of reality of how it actually works. And then secondly, Dr. Lyle's a physician. He's an OBGYN in Pensacola. We just heard him speak at a big meeting. He does surgery. Surgeries are being done in utero, complicated surgeries. What his point is, look, there's two patients. I have a duty to the baby and to the. There is two bodies here, and that's what makes this issue different. It's not just as if the government's telling someone what you have to wear, what perfume you have to do, anything like that. They're actually, the government and the law has a duty to defend life, right? And that child is a living human being from the moment of conception till natural death. And really, so abortion is in some way, it's almost like discrimination based upon age and location. Because if that child is older and out of the womb, more developed, it's protected. So when it's in the womb, it's not protected, right? And then location, same thing. If that child is located in the womb, it's not protected. But if it's an early delivery and the child's premature, it is protected. And so I think that those things need to be considered when you're considering this.
John, I mean, are you with Ms. Rose when you say that it should be basically it should be illegal from day zero?
Yes, absolutely. Life begins at conception and ends at natural death. That's a scientific fact. It's not my opinion. It's not a religious proposition. That's just the biology and the science on when life begins. Now, the second question is a legal question: is at what point does the law have the ability to use the police powers of the state to regulate that? Okay, we would argue that yes, from the moment of conception, that's a living, growing human being. But you can make other positions, but I think you have to start with the scientific fact that life begins at conception and ends at natural death. That's not.
So then, based on your guys' position, would you be against the morning after pill as well?
I think
Lila,
that
address that.
Yeah. So so the morning after pill and also some other kinds of hormonal contraceptives can be designed to cause an early term abortion. So it's unclear with the morning after pill. So I think that's in cases where it's unclear, that's a question to explore. But any drug that's designed to kill, the abortion pill, obviously, which is, you shared an announcement about that earlier, is designed to kill. Its whole job is to kill the developing baby. So that's a very clear case and clear cut thing. When it comes to the police, the powers of the state, like you were saying, John, one other thing I'd add there is I think it's very important to criminalize the abortionists, the people who are profiting off of the reality is some of the worst moments in a woman's life. I mean, she's considering going through a really hard time, profiting off of that by killing her child. That's where we need to put the bulk of criminal penalties. And in many states, that's where it is. It's those that are actually selling the abortions or committing the abortion.
Also, so I want to bring you in. One of the concerns I had with what Anna said was they wanted to stop the provision that a woman has 24 hours to make it, which I think is too short anyway. But she wanted to remove that completely. Is that? Well, I mean, what's your thoughts on that? Is that a problem? You're basically a woman is making such a major decision, according to one position murdering someone, or according to another person aborting. But in either situation, to basically not give her time to make the decision and not even allow 24 hours. What's your thoughts on that?
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, the government, you mentioned, does the government have a right to do this outsourced earlier? The government has a responsibility, like John was saying, to protect fundamental human rights. The first right is life. So there should not be waiting periods about whether or not you decide to kill your child. You shouldn't get to choose to kill your child. It should not be a legal option that you have to go bring your child to be killed. It shouldn't be permitted. But I want to say one other quick thing, and then I'll jump off, and I appreciate you again for having me. The whole idea of your body, your choice, right? This is the mantra the pro-abortion side uses: your body, your choice. And of course there's another body, the baby. What about that baby's choice? But it also puts terrible burden on women, because they're told when they're facing unexpected pregnancy, you can deal with it, just have an abortion. You can just get that the man's involved, and often he's pressuring her to have the abortion. He doesn't want to deal with the baby, and it's all of the weight of the decision is on her, that she has to go do this abortion now to solve the problem, instead of an alternate view, which would be that society and the people closest to her have the responsibility to support her and help this baby. The whole problem with abortion on demand in America is it actually coerces women, a lot of women, into abortion, because they feel like they have to go do this now, and often they're feeling pressured by boyfriends or husbands or partners. And so unfortunately the pro-abortion side ultimately leads to a lot of coercion for women, and putting additional burdens on women, and leading them into dark places. Thank you all so much for having me. I really appreciate it. Maybe I'll try to come on later if you guys
No,
are
thanks
still
for coming. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
your contribution. You made an invaluable contribution with sound logical arguments. Also, the same.
I appreciate you, Lila.
Thank you.
Also, same question to you.
Yeah, I just no, because again, I mean, this is. I just disagree heavily with that comment that I listened to earlier.
My question was about the 24-hour.
Right. I'm going to address that. Right? Because again, this idea that 24 hours. Again, it's like this whole conversation goes back to this idea of your body, your choice. You can agree or disagree with that. You can state to say, well, I believe that life begins at conception. Okay. If that is what you go with, if that is your foundation of how you're going with this conversation, I understand why you disagree with that. I don't agree with that notion. I don't. And I think legally and medically, that has not been the position of the United States. Hold on, I'll get there.
Your position is 22 weeks, isn't it?
No, my position is viability.
Which is generally people argue 21.
It depends. Because it's a touchy. It's that. Well, here's the issue we're running into. Now, remember, I listened to this podcast years ago on it was on Radio Lab, WNYC, and they actually had a conversation about a baby that was born in an early delivery at 21 weeks, and the baby actually survived, and they ran through the whole gambit of that. It was an hour-long episode, crazy, amazing, just of them trying everything possible to save this baby, right? And that was the choice that the parents made. It was an impossible choice because they had to deliver the baby at 21 weeks. And because of that, the conversation of viability is interesting, right? But there's a difference between viability and then saying at the moment of contraception, everything else is banned.
So the problem with the viability standard is this: the date of viability is in direct relationship to an artificial date of technology's ability to sustain that child outside the mother's womb. Once we figure out how to overcome the substance called surfactant in the baby's lungs, and the child can breathe outside the mother's womb, I mean, you could like literally have a child completely outside the mother's womb. And so the issue is a legal one. When does the law, and when should the law, protect human life? Viability, therefore, is an artificial standard tied to technology, which is moving back and back and back, as the Supreme Court recognized in the Dobbs case. So that's kind of the problem with viability.
Right. But at the end of the day, there's a viability conversation, but there's also a conversation of the woman's body that we cannot ignore. That I think is important to highlight. That's the whole conversation we're having pro-choice. And so the comments that that's why I'm against this whole 24-hour wait, because you're basically you're putting a decision.
So all source. What about the baby's body?
And I'm going to go right. And so that is an important conversation. But at the end of the day,
no,
right,
but also you need to answer this. You're not answering any of these questions.
Yes, I will. This is not an easy conversation. But at the end of the day, I will always go back to it. At a certain point, you have to respect and acknowledge the body, the choice that women have in controlling their own body, right? Because that's the end of this. That's the problem we're having there, right? I understand the viability conversation. I can understand at a certain point the government says, okay, you can no longer have an abortion for whatever reason. I can understand the conversation back and forth, etc. But at the end of the day, I will always have to go back to that. The women control their body, they control their lives, and they have to have some amount of control about this. And to just completely dismiss that in any way, shape, or form, I think is disingenuous, and I think that's fair, and I don't think that's that violates a lot of the core principles that we have of constitutional rights, right? Because in the end, because I just can't see how, because a woman gets a conception at day 2, that's it, you're done. You can't do anything else. You can't even take the morning, or the next day you can't take the day after pill. Like that just to me is absurd, because you're talking about somebody else dictating how one person has to live her life for the rest of her life. And I think that's not a right conversation to have.
So prohibiting an abortion doesn't dictate how a woman lives for the rest of her life. It just dictates how she's going to live for at least 9 months.
Right, David, you want to say something?
Yeah, so so there's a lot of different threads going on, and I am not as articulate as Lila or some other people on the call. So
David, I think you're on.
I'll try to do the best that I can. But it seems to me that a lot of what we've been talking about for the first hour or so far here, I think that the conversation really shows how a heartbeat limit, like in Florida and like in a couple of other states, I think that is an incredibly consensus moderate position. It is not a total abortion ban, right? You can still have an abortion in Florida for the first 6 weeks as you can in other states. But 6 weeks is not an arbitrary time point, right? 6 weeks was chosen precisely because it sits at 6 weeks when the baby has a heartbeat that is medically known as a viable heartbeat. 90+% of pregnancies where a heartbeat is detected will survive to a healthy term birth. And every single one of us on this call, including Representative Escamani when she was on, every single one of us, at one point we were 6 weeks along, and we were known and recognized only by our heartbeats on the ultrasound. So that's something that matters. That is objective physical evidence of the independent life of a new little person who's part of our community. And that's why I think you see in the polling, when these questions are asked of people, specifically and concretely, do you support an abortion limit with compassionate exceptions for very challenging exceptional situations, but do you support an abortion limit when the baby's heartbeat can be detected? It's almost a super majority. I mean, it's really not close. In Florida and in some national polling that's been done over the past couple of years, you get 60+% of people support a limit when the baby's heartbeat can be detected. It's very hard to argue with a heartbeat. By the way, at 6 weeks, that's also when there are detectable brainwaves that the baby has as well. And we don't talk about that as much, but that's just another fact about the way that all of us begin our lives at the very earliest stages. There are many workability problems, and I think reasonable concerns about how would you even enforce a law that starts earlier than a point where you have that physical evidence of life in the womb, like a heartbeat. But that's what and I even think that a lot of the conversation at the beginning with Representative Escamani about how do we optimize some of the different exceptions and what does that look like, I think the fact that there's that we're even having that conversation shows that a heartbeat limit is a pretty moderate consensus position. Even some of the polling that shows perhaps lower than 50% support for a heartbeat limit. There was a very interesting Hill-Harris poll from just a year or two ago that framed it in terms of, do you think that a heartbeat limit is too restrictive or not restrictive enough? And some of the reasons you'll sometimes get a lower than 50% response on a heartbeat limit is because you have a lot of hardcore pro-life people who say, no, 6 weeks is not far enough. I want it to be a complete ban from the beginning, from conception. And so you lose about 20% who would otherwise support it because of that. But overall, I think all things considered, if you're someone who is sort of casually pro-choice or moderately pro-choice, abortion is still legal in Florida for the first 6 weeks. That's a month and a half of time that people have, which I don't know. We don't give you that much time for many other things that are very important that you have to figure out sometimes. But once a baby's heartbeat is visible and detected, that I would like to hear from people who are really support abortion. How do you argue with that? How do you reconcile
David,
stopping the beating heart of another little person?
So Sarah, I mean, the question to you, first of all, what's your position in terms of in terms of when you're allowed abortion, and then if you want to answer David's question, that'd be brilliant.
And I am pro-choice in terms of how or when an abortion should be carried out. 6 weeks, I think, is a very limited amount of time. I mean, with all 3 of my children, I didn't even know I was pregnant for well over 6 weeks. My first one, I didn't know I was pregnant until I was about 12 weeks along. I have a hard time reconciling with the fact that there are zero tolerance policies. The last speaker, the woman Lila, spoke about zero tolerance. She mentioned even birth control that is hormonal is considered in her mind abortion. Well, there are women such as myself that take those types of birth control so that I don't die, so that I don't have to have a complete hysterectomy and go into early menopause. To remove those types of choices and to make no exception for rape, incest, or genetic disease or disorder, and to limit it only to 6 weeks, I think is irresponsible towards women. I've never subscribed to have an abortion all the way up until the day the child is born. That's absolutely ridiculous. I think that is such an extreme view, and I don't know of anyone that's ever supported that. So to say that pro-choice people believe that a viable baby should be ripped and murdered out of some woman's womb at 9 months, I think is a ridiculous notion. Thank you.
And if I may, just to tag on to that, I'm just going to go to my earlier point, right? When we're having conversation about because they say, oh, DeSantis threw $25 million for some guys, that's not enough. Like, let's be real. Like,
250 million is not enough. We have so many children in this country that who are living in poverty that we don't care about. Once they're born, we're done.
That's the issue. So, like, every time we're having this conversation about like the one political party that advocates the most to actually to put policies in place that can have a direct impact at lowering abortion, they might not frame it that way, but if you look at the policies that can be put in place to reduce abortions, are those done by the Democrats? Like, here's a best example: expanding Medicaid. Expanding Medicaid would be the clearest example yet of reducing child infant mortality, reducing abortions, easier access to health. Like, guys, this is common sense. And so for people to say, oh, well, we support certain policies, we're going to throw some money. Like, no. If you're really going to tell me you're pro-life, be pro-life, put with the money where your mouth says, and do it after the baby is born. Because all I see in this conversation is about, we care about the fetus, we don't care after the fetus is born, because we're never going to advocate for
Lila, because she literally said that does matter, and we should work to make policy on that as well.
Expand Medicaid. Go to DeSantis right now. You want to reduce abortion?
So in Florida, we have expanded Medicaid over a year to mothers in that situation, and
across the board. It has to be across the board.
Medicaid is for poor people. It's not for any pregnant woman.
Right, but it is an expansion on the income level. If you look at the statistics, it clearly shows that is one of the clear levels that not only can you reduce infant mortality, you can also reduce people that make decisions of getting an abortion because of economic reasons, because the cost of healthcare in this country is astronomical. You look at ways you can reduce infant mortality, here's a perfect example. Florida has a higher infant mortality
rate. The question you should be asking is, why is there infant mortality when women don't abort children? So why is it the fact that when abortion doesn't happen, infant mortality happens? That's actually a deeper question and actually probably much more important.
Because the number one reason is because of lack of healthcare and proper medical care.
No, so you're saying that basically people abort due to lack of medical health care. That makes no sense, bro.
No, so there's the abortion. So one of the main reasons I think we can all kind of get into agreement is economic reasons, right? Like there's an economic
economic reason
No,
why
there
people have
isn't.
abortion.
The reason people have abortion is because what's happened is sex is this advent of contraception. Sex has become so normalized in society. People are basically not taking precautions, and hence why we have a significant amount of. Then you have basically people becoming pregnant and have abortion. That's a major factor.
Then expand contraception to across America.
Yeah, I agree.
Expand contraception. Actually put policies in place to reduce teen pregnancies, right? Access to contraceptives for teen, these are not easy conversations, right? But like, if you're actually going to run out to reduce, especially teen pregnancies, then put policies in place.
I agree with you also. So I agree. I think you're making a fair point.
Actually, it's a stupid conversation.
No, it's not a stupid conversation. It's an important conversation. But I agree with you that basically after the child is born, more should be done to help support the mother. More should be done in helping society. And you made some important points in terms of contraception. You also made a point about helping disenfranchised mothers and making sure that they financial support. I think they're very, very fair arguments you're making. But that doesn't take away from the fact that abortions are occurring, and the strong view amongst a number of people, not everyone obviously, is that life starts from the beginning, so therefore it's murder. So that's the issue you got. And then the question becomes, why is this, if you go with that point, why is murder occurring while the woman is carrying the child, and why is it occurring afterwards? So there's some other deeper issue which no one wants to talk about. Gabe.
Yeah, so the one thing I laughed because I found it comical that the assumption is, to all sources' point, like there is an economic factor that goes into it, right? Like
that's an assumption as well. Like what's the data to prove that?
Where's the data to prove that it's just a trend that people are getting abortions?
Exactly. So we're both speculating. So I wouldn't make an argument.
Yeah, you're going to tell me that people have sex, then find out they're pregnant, and then go, "Oops, you know what? I'm going to get an abortion because it's the hot new thing to do."
No one said it's the hot thing to do. Do you agree that we have now contraception where we never had it before? That we have access to basically pills that we never had before? Do you agree with that?
Sure. I believe that.
And so do you? Yeah. Anyways, go on.
No, I was going to say I believe that there have been advancements over time. With like technology. In terms of contraception, could it be better? Yeah. I mean, it would be also great to have proper sex education in schools, but you also have people, during CPAC 2023, you had people like Laura Trump say, no one should be teaching our children about sex, right? You have the banning and removal of sex education in schools. So it's like trying to blame someone for something and then say, well, why didn't you know any better? It's like, well, if you want people to know better and be educated, then educate them. That's on that aspect. And then in terms of contraception, make it easier to get. I saw Lila Rose in here earlier, and the idea that there's this aspect of giving women the care that they need that's so far away from what's actually happening. People like women who, depending on whatever their economic situation is, they don't have the support, right? You got the defunding of Planned Parenthood, which even if you remove the abortion side of it, just the fact of having healthcare that's available for women who especially might not be one who has the economic resources to have a actual physician, but you have to realize that this isn't something that people do just because they can do it. They have the accessibility to do it. Not everyone does, whether it's for economic reasons, where they live in terms of their geographical area. Like there's all these other factors that happen, but I think it's ignorant and naive to say that people are just having abortions because people can have abortions now. And I think that they're.
So I think that's very true. Just a stat I would like to throw out there for the group to consider, and you can fact check me, look it up. This is from the Guttmacher Institute, which was the research arm of Planned Parenthood for many years. 75% of women seeking abortions say that they're primarily doing it because of economic reasons and because of financial pressures. And I think that's really important to consider. That I think it's a very valid framework to look at it from. That abortion is it's actually a social justice issue, that people feel that they are being forced into a situation where they have to choose abortion. because of financial constraints and because of whatever position the current system has put them in. And that's why I know
do you not think that
are very concerned.
David, do you not?
I mean, we're very concerned about the predatory nature of the abortion industry that preys on people in their most vulnerable moments, when they feel like they have their least amount of options. And you consider the amount of government money that goes to organizations like Planned Parenthood. When they profit wildly, they make money hand over fist over abortion. Compared to what it might take in order to.
Because you made a point and you said that the predatory nature of the abortion industry, part of the abortion industry is Planned Parenthood, but then you're accepting data from them. Like, do you not think that data could be biased?
I mean, so you're suggesting that perhaps those numbers are inflated. It's not really, 3 in 4 women who seek abortions do it for financial reasons. Maybe it's for other reasons. It's possible. I mean, it's always good to be. I think we have to be a little skeptical of some of those numbers. But but in terms of the survey data that does exist on what are the primary reasons and the primary motivations for people to seek abortions, those are the stories that people tell, and I think that it's worth listening to them.
So I think it's probably both. I think it's both. I think it's both.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think it's both economic and convenience. Guttmacher Institute, and I'm strongly pro-life, a pro-life leader. Most people recognize Guttmacher as a legitimate statistical source of data, but you could always criticize polling and that kind of thing. But even pro-life people quote Guttmacher Institute for the data that it provides. Certainly not the perspective of the issue. But I think it's probably both things. You do have an enormous number of people that, look, most abortions are elective, right? They're doing it for convenience reasons. They got pregnant. They don't want to carry the child to term, so they get the abortion, destroy the child. But there are a number of women, perhaps in the inner city. And by the way, Planned Parenthood, over the last several decades, they have closed down multiple clinics, but they've done more abortions in doing so. And the reason that they've done that is they've gone to the NFL cities and they set up where there's Black and Latino neighborhoods, where they're literally preying on minority young girls who've gotten pregnant. And that's how they've increased their abortions over the years, even though they have less clinics operating. And so I think that for those young people who are in lower income status, for a mother, a single mom, or has a child struggling, whatever, those.
John, you're breaking up.
And this is exactly why Florida has signed 25 million.
John,
I can't hear him. Can anybody else hear him?
No, he was breaking up towards the end there. So I'm
on now. I'm sorry. I must have hit the mute button. Can I hear it now?
We can hear you now.
Yeah. So this is why Florida has devoted $25 million to the just under 200 pregnancy centers throughout Florida, and these centers provide formula. They provide diapers, baby clothes. They provide counseling, care, follow-up. They even provide occupational training so that the woman can get a job if there's no skills there. It's an enormous resource. And so to act like these women are just being thrown out there with no help, there is help to them for postpartum depression and all that. That's not going to happen. But pregnancy centers will help anyone, including women that had an abortion and now regrets it and needs help. And so these are remarkable institutions. Most people don't know about them. They went from being in a complete obscurity till after Dobbs, literally the mob, Jane's Revenge, started attacking them with violently. My counterpart in Wisconsin, Jelaine Appling, they thought she was a pregnancy center. They threw a Molotov cocktail through her window, burnt her office. And so many hundreds of these things have been vandalized with paint and just whatever, different levels of vandalization, some involving the destruction of property, some involving just to face it. But the point is these institutions are remarkable and they exist, and we're trying to connect women with them because they can provide real help and a real alternative. Because there's really only 3 alternatives. You can adopt the child, you can parent the child, or you can abort the child. And we think that adoption is always the better option if you really want to destroy that child. I mean, look, we have tens of thousands of married mothers and fathers who are qualified to adopt. They're going overseas every year to adopt children. So there's an enormous demand for new.
If you just want to summarize your point in 10 seconds, I just want to.
Yeah, go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so Doctor, just to get a bit of balance, but I appreciate your comments. Are very good, Doctor Callum. I do want to bring you in because I know you want to. You don't agree, and you've got your hand up. So go ahead.
Sure. Well, it's declaration of interest. I'm a man, and even worse, an Englishman. So I'm very sorry for both of those things. But it's fascinating coming to this debate from a European perspective and seeing what happens in America. In Europe, every single country has pretty significant limitations on abortion. None of them allow abortion up to birth unless
really want some
facts
facts
into it,
here.
but she's clearly bringing facts, and you just don't like hearing them.
She's bringing opinions. I'm going to bring some facts.
No, she's bringing facts. Like, you interrupted her. Let her finish.
Florida, look, everybody here just said that the system should be perfect and that we should
Nobody's
work
saying
to
the system
perfect
should
it.
be perfect.
That is
Grant.
actually the argument that I'm making, is that like
The
the
system should
reason
be
that it's
improved.
about the reason that it's about abortion is because that's the thing that has to be decided legislatively. Where we get derailed is by thinking that we're going to live in some utopian world, and so we start getting derailed by but what about, but what about, but what about, but what about. The thing that needs to be decided on is abortion. That's why that's where the debate is. Nobody here is
Why
denying.
is that the thing that needs to be decided on, and not how we
It's
take care of
legislative.
the
Yeah,
children
wait a
that have
second.
Because it
no
is
home?
not
Shimani-
settled
Is that not
Shimani-
also
somebody-
legislative?
Look,
Is it-
Shimani made an incredible point here, and I want to follow up on this point with some facts. In Florida, which is where this big abortion ban was passed, all right? Florida has this government agency called the Florida Department of Children and Families, or the Florida DCF. And DCF has one of the most horrific reputations of any government agency ever. If you want to Google Rillia
Yeah, you're just saying that
Wilson,
because you hate DeSantis, Grant.
no, this predates DeSantis. Has been going on for 20 years. It's not DeSantis is merely the inheritor, okay? But I'm telling you that Rillia Wilson, she was literally lost by the Department of Children and Families under Rick Scott's administration. And there's, I'm sure, terrible examples under Charlie Crist. I'm going to get a Washington Examiner, just read from it. Okay, one of the more horrifying revelations of the report showed that in incidents of abuse, DCF blamed mothers and took away their children. The inexplicable logic behind these decisions was that DCF decided that failing to protect children from an abusive partner was in itself a form of child abuse. DCF found that the parents who endured abuse were at fault, claiming this endangered their children and as a result, subsequently removed them. This is just one Washington Examiner article. If you just Google Florida DCF problems, you will see that far from having improved anything, Florida has a horrific safety net for children. So this ban is going to send thousands of children into a safety net that has never worked. All right. I mean, not in the last 15 years that I can recall.
But what your
That's the fact.
argument boils down to is what. So the problem when you bring it
My
back
argument is those are
Well,
facts.
Right, Grant.
well, no,
just let
I'm
him say that.
not. Yeah, I'm not saying that they're not facts. But what I'm saying is when you're talking in the context of abortion, then what you're saying is the solution to a bad DCS, issue isn't fixing DCS, which is what we should find the solution to be, but instead allowing innocent children to be killed before birth so they could avoid these tragedies. And what we're saying is we should save these children, not let them get killed, and also work on fixing our DCF issues. So that's why when you're talking about abortion, if you bring up issues, we can talk about those issues, but you're trying to use those issues to justify killing unborn children. So that's why it always comes back to, is it a life or is it not a life? Are they worth protecting or are they not worth protecting? Does that make sense?
Sure. That is a basic point. When does life begin? Can a fetus survive outside of the womb at 15 weeks in the care of the state of Florida?
Wait, can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Can a fetus survive outside of its mother's womb at 15 weeks? And now let's put in a situation that's going to happen as a ward of the state. The 15-week-old fetus, will the state of Florida nurture
What a
this fetus
terrible
and bring
argument.
it through life? I mean, is it going
that's not
to
based on
make
facts.
sure this 15-week-old
Can a
fetus
baby survive
lives
without
and
its
gets
mother
adopted
protecting it?
and then has a safety net to live in? Or will it send it into a system that's super, super, super failed?
Ian, 1 second, Samantha. I just want to bring Ian in. Ian, you already responded to this quite well. So do you want to make the same argument again? You made it a few times already.
Yeah, it's the same argument I've been making, right? I mean, this whole argument that it's a viability argument. It's a ridiculous argument because
Yeah, but where's the doctor when we need him? 15
yeah,
weeks.
I mean,
The
you brought
fetus
it up,
survive.
but the point I'm trying to make is that look, if you give birth, whether it is at 9 months or maybe it's premature, you're gonna have to look after the baby. If it can't fend for itself, is it okay to kill the baby afterwards? Like, what are you saying here? Are
Can
you
a
saying it's
15-week-old fetus survive outside of its mother?
no? No, I'm not talking about the fetus. I'm talking about the baby. You're saying
Well, I'm
that the
talking about
fetus.
a
You're making a
15-week-old
viability
fetus.
argument, right? You're making a viability argument that that the fetus can't survive outside of the mother, outside of 15
At
weeks, right?
15 weeks? No.
Yeah. And what about 9 months? So can it survive without being fed at 9 months? Like after it's born, can it survive that for the next year or so?
That's a
2
false
years,
argument.
3 years? No, come on. Like, do you value
I mean,
human life or not?
Can it breathe without mechanical assistance
Can
at
it?
9
Can
months?
it? Like,
Yes.
do you think it's just gonna like
15 weeks.
eat the air? It's not gonna starve to death if you don't feed the baby.
Do you have a child?
No. Why?
Okay, I have a child. A child cannot survive without being birthed. I mean, literally, you have to do everything for them in the first 3 months.
So you're making Ian's
They're like
point,
a startup, okay?
You're making my point for me. Thank you.
No, my point is that a child, you don't have to breathe for them, okay? Everything else, breathing is covered.
Why is breathing more
pooping,
special?
Why is
than
that
feeding
the
them?
standard?
all
The
included.
standard
why
has
is the
been
standard?
Somebody needs
dependent.
support in breeding, they're no longer alive.
No,
Yeah.
the point is,
How
is
is
that
that standard?
if no amount of support
You're,
and breathing will
you're
make hold on,
differentiating breathing from
Okay,
feeding. It's like if you
great
starve a
point.
baby to death, is that not murder?
No, let me respond to Suleiman
Yes,
because
right.
he was
It's murder,
let me
right? So
respond
why
to
did you say
Suleiman.
no? That's silly.
Okay, let me respond to Suleiman. Okay, so if you put a human being, an adult, let's say a 30-year-old adult, onto ventilation, and he no longer the ventilation doesn't make him like he dies, right? I mean, at that point, is he any different than the 15-week-old fetus that is incapable of being ventilated? A 15-week-old fetus, I do not believe, can be ventilated, and it's not developed enough to actually become a person.
What we're asking you is
So-
why does it matter if they need their mother to survive or not? Like that doesn't change the fact that they're a human being. So we're asking what does that change?
Because they're
we all
not
need a
developed
parent.
enough to survive, not only without their mother, but like period. I mean, 15 weeks is below the viability threshold.
Right. No, what we
Okay.
agree with.
Okay, so it's a
Okay.
9-month baby.
So is it
I mean,
alive at that
without
point?
a mother, you can't
Is it
survive. You
sentient?
know, because you have to feed it.
Okay,
Wait, and
sentient.
wait, can I say this
You
real
tell me,
quick?
Grant. You tell me, Grant. When is someone sentient?
Well, and let me say
Certainly
this.
not at 15 weeks.
Well, that's your
Unless you can
opinion.
recall
There's no data
15
for
weeks
that.
What
of the
about
birth.
age
Because you
3?
don't know when
What about
consciousness
age
occurs.
3?
Well, the thing is, we
Certainly
don't
sentient
know.
at age three.
I think
Yeah.
most honest answer is that we don't know. And so ultimately we're arguing over something that we have no idea about. So everyone has their own opinion. So we pick an arbitrary number, essentially.
Look, I'm
You're
going to
right.
tell you
Well, we
what's
don't
not
pick a
arbitrary.
number. We
At
just pick
6
it
weeks.
at
All
age
right.
0. Right?
Real quick.
Consent.
Real quick. So, Grant, let me ask you this. Because actually, a friend of mine DM'd me this question. I was going to ask it in a bit, but I'll go ahead and drop it now. So, a woman's pregnant. She's
Sure.
driving, gets hit by a drunk driver and killed. That drunk driver kills the baby, but the mother survives. They're still charged with manslaughter. Yes.
The mother survives, but
Let's say the mother survives, but the baby doesn't. Or let's say they both die. Right? It's not a single charge.
I mean,
it's
the
a double.
both die is, normally they'll add another charge, but I don't know how that works. Honestly, I can't recall hearing.
Come
and
on.
This is just,
It's
this is hypothetical,
double murder.
right?
It's
So
not,
like,
It's not
again,
hypothetical. People have been
Different
charged
case,
for this kind of
though.
stuff before. You kill a pregnant woman, and there have been people who have been
That's
charged
true.
with double homicide. Like there are other implications to
Yeah,
this,
but
and it's
Grant,
important that it all gets
I think that's because you're looking at
Well, you see, here's the
life
thing, though,
to that woman.
and this is a good point.
right. So,
okay,
Ed,
okay.
is Ed's argument that the baby is only a baby if the mom wants it? Is that correct?
I think the argument is it should be up to the mother to decide because it's part of her until it's out of her womb or until whatever point line you want to draw. But I
And
think
yet
that line should be
alongside
drawn.
But
that-
effectively,
Well,
that is
can I
the
just finish what I'm
result.
saying?
Is
Ian, you
that
always cut me off. I just want to finish what I'm saying. Now I forget what I'm going to say, and you do this on purpose, so I forget.
Hell
So
yeah.
that, just let me finish from now on, okay, Ian? I don't cut you off. Let me finish.
Ed,
So
what you were talking about. What you were talking about.
1 second. Ed, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah,
I forget what I was going to say.
I was trying to remind him.
Ian does this every single time.
But again, I was trying to remind you. So what the question was okay, what is the line, right? Is it because they are both being charged with murder? And what you're saying is, and what you were saying, Ed, before you got cut off was, but that baby's still part of the woman, and that's where you got cut off.
Yes, so I believe that it should be up to that woman to decide if it's murder or not, because if you look at the stats, and Grant, you brought this up, you asked me to come up with some stats for you, so I did. 44% of Americans, according to a 2022 YouGov poll, says that abortion is murder. So should legislators be able to say that it's murder? Sure, I guess they can, but is that right? I don't believe it is, because most of the country doesn't believe that it is murder. Whereas if, for example, if somebody holds a gun up to somebody's head and pulls the trigger, you're going to get, I don't have the stats on this, Grant, but I assume 99.9% of Americans would say that's murder. So I just feel that personally, I don't feel I have the right to tell someone else when life begins for their child. I feel like there's going to be certain religious people that believe that it begins at conception. There might be other people who believe that, you know, that maybe they're religious and they don't believe the soul comes into the baby until it's delivered. There might be atheists who believe that, you know, their definition of when it's morally right to be able to take a life of a fetus is when they have a consciousness to know that they're alive. Otherwise, it's not anything more than just a bunch of human cells. So, I mean, there's a lot of different beliefs. So I just don't feel that government should be able to tell a woman where that line is drawn.
Lacey
Yeah,
and Scott.
Grant actually agree on that. But can I respond to one thing Grant said earlier, if that's okay?
Yeah.
Grant said, you know, if the child's born at 15 weeks, they will not survive, even with like ventilators and hospitals health. So he said, is it even alive? But my question to Grant is like, if you really think about what you're asking, you're saying if the child is born at 15 weeks and dies immediately because it doesn't have help, was it ever alive? You can't die if you weren't alive in the first place. So you prove to yourself that it was alive, is what I'm saying. Is if it can die, it was alive in the first place. So yes, they will die at 15 weeks, but that doesn't mean they were never alive. It means they were alive. I hope that makes sense.
So I appreciate that, and I'm just going to read something from like the Washington Post. This is from 2021. It's generally considered to be around 23 or 24 weeks for fetal viability. 15 weeks is way before that.
Correct. Yeah, the earliest is 21 weeks, I think. But
yeah,
but,
and
but
the
what I'm
doctors,
saying-
the
Okay,
doctors.
I'm going to
would
speak
say-
to this law. It's called the Unborn Victims of Violence Act, Public Law 108-212. It's a law that recognizes an embryo or fetus in utero as a legal victim if they are injured or killed during the commission of any of over 60 listed federal crimes of violence. The law defines a child in utero as a member of the species Homo sapiens at any stage of development who is carried in the womb. So a good example of this would be Scott Peterson. He was charged with first-degree murder of his wife and second-degree murder of his unborn child. So,
Could
there
I
you go.
could I
Can
respond?
I say something
Ian,
about this?
Can I
Because
ask
there's
Ian something? Ian, so can you deduct on your income taxes that unborn child as a
No,
dependent?
can you?
No, of course not. So what you're basically saying is laws are put into place by people for specific reasons, but the fact that that law exists does not mean that that fetus is a child for different purposes. And in terms of
We're
income
arguing about
tax,
the law. We're arguing about
no,
abortion.
you're mentioning the law. You're saying the law means something, and
Yeah,
I'm saying, well,
and
if
the
it
law
meant something,
defines, in this
if
case,
it meant something in
defines
this
the law
case,
as a
but not
fetus
in all
utero.
cases, so you have to deal with the fact that the law doesn't define it in all cases.
Now, wait a second. I want to build on that point. That is actually a crime victims law. And so basically, once the fetus has been
The argument is over the law is written, Grant.
Will you just, can I finish the
Sarah?
sentence? Sentence finishing, please. So you're talking about a Crime Victims Act that once a fetus has been involuntarily terminated by a third party, gives the fetus the status of crime victim post-mortem. But that doesn't declare it alive. It's not the same.
No,
Okay?
it does, actually.
Words,
The law
if a
defines
random
it as
third
being alive.
party comes and murders your future child, right, which you intend to have, and just think about a woman late at term, like they've already got most of that lined up. You know, that's it makes that deceased body into a crime victim. That doesn't declare. That's not a federal law that says a fetus is alive. It's not the
So,
same.
Grant, I've got a question for you. Because based on your argument before, because your argument was a 15-year-old fetus, when you give birth to it, it can't survive. It can't breathe on its own.
15 weeks, yes.
Yeah, it can't breathe on its own, and hence it's not alive. So, if a premature baby is born, and then they put him in an NICU incubator to basically keep him alive, if someone was to go and kill that baby, according to you, that wouldn't be murder.
No, that's incorrect.
Why?
Yeah, well, why is that?
Because the baby is, I mean,
it's not breathing on
there's
its own.
a
It needs
viability
the
wall.
it needs the support for breathing. It can't breathe on its own.
I mean, a baby has to live long enough to survive. I mean, a 15-week fetus is.
Answer the question. You're just blagging now. Just answer that specific question, because your whole argument was about breathing. So a baby who goes into an incubator, it cannot breathe on its own. If you were to take it out, it would die. According to you, now, if you went and murdered that baby, it wouldn't be murder, because it's not live. It's not alive.
That's not what I said.
No, you didn't say that. I'm saying that's the ramifications of your statement. Obviously, you didn't say them words. I'm explaining to you.
I think you're taking it to a logical extreme. That's not.
Well, it's not a logical. A lot of babies are premature, but born premature and go and incubate. It happens. I mean, I don't know the data, but it will be. It's a very
happens all the time.
Yeah. So,
my
and
point
according
was that
to your position now, a person can mass murder all them
babies.
babies, and it would be no problem. And they wouldn't be murderers.
It's a 15-week-old fetus is not a baby. It's not developed enough as a human being to be able to survive.
Okay, so your argument's a bit weak with it. But anyway, let's
That doesn't make it. You're not killing a life.
I mean, you just never answered the question, but that's fine. Caroline, you had your hand up. Go for it.
To be honest, I'm a little lost. We've gone a whole lot of directions. I did get a comment from somebody in the chat that had chatted Sarah, asking if I regretted it. I assume that this person was asking if I regretted taking Plan B after being raped. I do not regret taking Plan B after that happened to me. That is not an abortion. I will say that had I gotten pregnant as a result of that, I do think that if I had had an abortion, even from a rape, that would be something that would still haunt me. I do think that if that had been a decision that I was forced to make and made, in my opinion, the wrong one, that would be one that I would live to regret.
Do you think people should have the right to make that decision for themselves in that situation?
I personally do. I think that there are a lot of kind of trickle down effects that would be positive in terms of like quote unquote rape culture, I guess. I think that would cause, somebody earlier had said, like, don't you think that would mean that then there's more reporting of rapes? And I would just like to point out, I don't think that's a bad thing. A lot of rapes go unreported. I did not report mine. And so I don't think that that's a bad thing for the reporting of rapes to go up. I also would like to point out that there have been investigative journalists who have looked into what goes on at Planned Parenthood. And when you have widespread abortion access, including to minors, what ends up happening is that you have incidents of abuse and trafficking being covered up because that's viewed as a quote unquote private decision. And what ends up happening is you have men who have been raping and trafficking underage girls, taking these underage girls in to get abortions because that pregnancy would be very inconvenient for their business. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that are connected to this that cause huge, huge problems and tragedy in society. I know that there are many people on the right who would say there should be no exception for rape. I don't happen to be one of those people. But that's where I am on
So
that.
Caroline, just one thing I wanted to push back on. It was me who made that comment earlier on. I know you said reporting a rape going up is not a bad thing. I do actually think it's a really bad thing, because what happens is, you're right, there is situations where women don't report, but there's also a significant number of situations where men are falsely accused of rape. And if
Do you have, Simon, do you have the numbers? Do you have the numbers on this one? Because do you know how many rapes go unreported versus how many false reports?
I've seen the data, so basically the data just doesn't match up. So what they say is, when I looked at this significantly, so when you look at it and you look at false accusations of rape and you look at unreporting, the numbers almost match up. And I can't remember the exact statistics because I didn't know we were going to go down that road on this, but I looked at it when I was looking at the take case, and it is
so 60 to 80% of rapes go unreported.
Well, again, 60 to 80% go unreported. How do you know that they do? What's the data sample? What is it? But when you look at it, the actual situation, I remember. I need to look at
based on
and then so just 2 seconds, guys. And then false rape. Hold on. False rape allegations are estimated to range between 2 to 10%.
Let me finish my
Hold
point.
on, bro. I'll just give you. Okay, go ahead, and then I'll go back.
Yeah. And so what I was saying was, there is a significant issue when men are accused of rape, and let me tell you, actually, it happens to minorities a lot more as well. They get accused of rape much more as well.
Britain,
But this is a significant issue where I don't think it's acceptable that accusations of rape are going to go up. And what's going to happen is, if you have a scenario where you can only have abortion if you basically claim rape, then rapes will go up.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
So Simon, let me go back. Let me just go back on some numbers. So again, you got to look at sample size, etc. But I just got ChatGPT to summarize all.
ChatGPT.
Is this the University of Pittsburgh one?
Yeah, you can say, but it's biased in certain ways. You can't say it's biased in everything. It tries to be objective, but it has biases.
Just and the definition of rape wasn't necessarily clear.
So I'm just going back to kind of summarizing different statistics. So it depends on how you ask the question, how you frame the question. So it's estimated that the difference is massive. 60 to 80% of rapes go unreported. And in terms of rapes, false allegations, it's 2 to 10%. So I know that there's going to be discrepancies. The numbers are not going to be fully accurate. But it seems that the issue of rapes that are reported that are just false allegations seems to be a significantly less of a. It's a problem. It's definitely a problem that needs addressing.
Now you give me a chance to clarify my thing. So first of all, you've got 60% of rapes that go unreported.
60 to 80,
60%, right?
60 to 80.
Yeah, whatever the number, 60 to 80.
It's 3 to 4 to 5, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I believe it's
whatever. So the point being, we don't know how many of them rapes would have been reported and they would have went further and actually been prosecuted. We know when it comes to rape allegations, they don't get prosecuted as much, and because the evidence isn't there. There's also a significant amount of information.
Hard to prove it.
Sorry, Ian?
It's very hard to prove a rape.
Well, it's easy to lie about rape as well. It's easy to blame.
Right.
But you can lie. Simon, it's easy to lie. Simon, yes. But what I'm saying is that the point you're making is valid, and we've seen examples, and Tate is likely one of those examples where rape allegations and one of the girls that you investigated, Simon, is another example where rape allegations are used. Falsely used to bring someone down for various reasons, and to blackmail people. And trust me, I understand the issue well. But it just doesn't seem, the numbers don't seem to compare to the issue of unreported rapes.
No,
so I think the argument that
unreported rapes probably do happen on a much larger margin.
Hold on, guys, you're speaking at the same time, guys.
I'm saying that is inflated and it's not accurate, and I'll explain why.
I don't. Okay. Why do you believe that?
Solomon, I actually have what I think you would find to be an amenable solution. As somebody who has experienced this, it makes me equally as angry to know that there are women who falsely report rapes. That makes it much harder for victims to come forward and feel like they're going to be taken seriously. So that is a problem both for people who have actually been victims of rape, and it is a huge problem for obviously the men whose lives are going to be ruined from that, whether or not it goes to court. And
so Caroline, the point you're making is they're both bad, and I think me, Slayman, and everyone agree on this. The point I was pushing back on with Slayman is that the issue of unreported rapes. Now, I'm not referring to my I've got a lot of instances of people I know have gone through this, but I'm not using them because it's anecdotal, and I don't want to do that. I just looked at statistics, and I just want to make sure I highlight to Sulaiman that the issue of false allegations of rape is a very serious issue, and there's many examples of it. But the issue of rapes that goes unreported is significantly more concerning, and the numbers are significantly
I'm
higher.
saying they're both concerning, but from when I researched this, they were both equally concerning because the number of 60% was inflated, and the reason for it was because a number of people who were asked, they were when
look, I think we could. I think it's hard to know if it's inflated or not because we don't know which study.
Yeah. So when I
But go
researched it, I remember seeing that what the data actually suggests is, as you said, 10% of rapes go unconvicted when they should do, and 10% of rapes there's false accusations as well.
All right, so let me try something. I'm gonna try, but guys, just answer with a number, please, and be very honest and direct, even if it goes against your point. So Catherine, I'll go with you first, and there's too many here, but I'll do 3 random speakers. Catherine, how many people do you know that have not they've been raped but they have not reported it? And then how many people do you know were falsely accused of rape?
Oh my gosh. I know at least 5 or 6 that haven't reported and accused. I don't know if they're guilty or innocent. So I know a couple.
2, you'd say 2?
I'll say 2.
Oh wow, okay, that's more than I expected. Ian, I'll ask 3 random.
It
Go
was
ahead.
during the Me Too era, and I don't know if they're guilty or innocent, Mario.
Okay, would you think they're guilty or not based on what you know about them?
Well, one was actually proven in court, so I will go with the court ruling, so guilty, and the other one was never taken to court, but the accusation seemed actually pretty, yeah. So
pretty solid or
let's
pretty
put-
weak?
Kind of solid, actually.
So okay, so we'll go with okay. Ian, how many? Just very briefly, how many do you know that were falsely accused, and how many do you know that did not report a rape?
Okay,
Just
so
numbers.
for the people I know personally, I would say that number is around 10 who did not report their rapes. I know a lot of people, right?
And falsely accused?
And falsely accused, I would say 1.
And Sulaiman, honestly, how many do you know that were falsely accused, and how many do you know that did not report a rape?
So this is honest, but I don't think this proves anything because it's just anecdotal.
It really doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is anecdotal, yeah. But I just the point, and
accused of rape.
and I'm just
falsely. I mean, accused of rape. Sorry, what was the 2 things again? Sorry.
So falsely accused of rape, that someone's accused of rape, but either you know them very well or it definitely looks false,
falsely accused
or likely looks false.
Falsely accused of rape, like 2 people.
Including Tate? Yeah. And then people
everybody knows that
people that did not report rape that you know?
0.
Oh shit, okay, you're
How
very
many do you not know any women?
Okay, so moving on from this, can I ask you another question, Simon? Can I ask you?
I can't answer that question because if I do, it'll cancel the show. But yeah, I don't know any women.
Okay. So Simon, just another question, if you don't mind. And as you know, I didn't I didn't speak a lot
here on a Friday night.
I didn't speak a lot on the space because I feel like I'm not in a position to even have an opinion on this topic, and just because I'm not a woman, and okay, I can have an opinion. Sorry, but I just feel uncomfortable sharing that opinion because I can't put myself in women's shoes. But just asking you a question, Simon, if the topic of because I know your position, and I'm genuinely curious, if the topic of when a fetus is considered a baby, and when does it have, can you consider it as a living being, is so hotly debated, and there's no agreement on it around the world, then considering that it's still being debated, considering that we're not all coming to consensus, shouldn't then we give the women the choice?
I'd say the other way around. I'd say because it's so, as you said, it's so contestedly debated. Obviously, you know my position, but I think because you don't know, and you know that consciousness is something that is so unique in the universe. You know, life is so important. You should always go for safety. So if you don't know, then safety is more important rather than merging and being like, let's guess.
Yeah, it's not a choice issue. It's a matter of, do you value life? Right? To me, it's not about a viability issue. It's not,
It's not just
No,
life.
but it's not value life, but
it's a
Ian.
great issue. Like, think about it from an existential point of view. Like,
Yeah.
look at the universe.
Like, you could
What's
be
the
alive or
chances
dead.
of life happening in the entire universe? It's so rare. It's almost an impossibility mathematically. And then you've got a scenario where it's happening so rarely in this world, and then it's happening even then within this world. It happens in such a rare situation, and obviously we know there's a bit of a population decline as well. And yet, then and so when you've got all of that as well, to take that life away is a concern.
Yeah, like I'm not even making a religious argument. I mean, I can, right? But people assume that I am, but no, I'm not. Like, I'm making like an existential argument. Like, is life valuable? Yes or no? If you value life, then you're going to be opposed to abortion. Simple as that. And going back to the previous issue of the legality of it, it's like being born does not determine life, right? Birth is simply the extraction of a living baby. The baby is alive in the womb.
Also, just to point this out, because I've been following a lot of debates for years at this point, but if you watch a lot of the debates between like the higher end debates, like the very expensive debates, the topic isn't even usually when life begins. That's actually not really debated on. We all usually agree when life begins. Even abortionists admit that abortion kills human beings. The main discussion is whether or not those human beings deserve personhood. Personhood is the main thing that's being debated. Like, when does personhood begin? Does it begin when the heartbeat begins? Does it begin when viability begins? That's the main topic. It's not when life begins. That's actually not really disputable at this point. It's in every textbook, in every, you could ask abortionists, we all agree they're alive, because if they weren't alive, we wouldn't be killing them. So that's not the main topic. The main topic is, yes, they're alive. Yes, they're a human being, because obviously only humans can create humans. But does this human being deserve legal personhood and protection? And that's where the real debate actually is happening on the higher ends.
Well, then it becomes about consciousness, right? Like, with personhood is like, is that a conscious entity as opposed to just something that's just a living organism? And that's where I think we really do struggle to know for sure if that is true or not, and at what point that becomes the case. Is it kind of the potential of consciousness, or is it already conscious when, at that point of conception, essentially? Or is it conscious at that point where it's, kicking you in the stomach, right? So like, and I think that's where a lot of times we're not able to kind of come to a consensus, and frankly, I don't think we're able to determine that.
And Catherine, I think Catherine's right. I think
would you say
very
it's
strong
okay to
point.
kill someone who's in a coma?
Ian, I think Catherine's made a strong point, because I mean, Samantha said it's high level debate. I mean, if that's the high level debate, it's not a great
Well, for
argument.
me, it's not consciousness
It's not a great
at all.
argument.
For me, it's about
actually
life.
because it's actually about when consciousness occurs, and we don't know, because, and so therefore you have to go with safety, because in reality,
Right,
I believe consciousness occurs when when it becomes a human
When the brain's
organism.
developed, yeah.
But then some people may say consciousness occurs based on heartbeat. Some people may believe it based on brainwaves, and I've researched this significantly, and that's my views changed a number of times. So it is about consciousness, because we don't know. That's why you should always go for safety.
For me, it's about the potentiality of life.
No, I disagree. No one's debating consciousness. There's two issues. When does life begin? That's a scientific fact. Life begins at conception or fertilization, ends at natural death. The legal question the lady just mentioned is personhood. Personhood is, when are we going to protect that child under the United States Constitution? When do they become a person, like a corporation is a legal person?
Who's speaking?
That's the issue. Consciousness is completely subjective, and no
I
one is
agree, John.
debating that.
I don't think it's about consciousness at all. It's about personhood.
So how do you know?
Yeah, but how do you define personhood?
How do you know that?
What basis?
How do you know when a human organism is inseminated that it's
Personhood is defined by, well, go ahead, John.
Personhood
Certainly,
is
once they reach
legal
two
protection.
cells, they must be a human being, right? 2 cells is enough.
Well, can I say this real quick?
No.
The pro-life perspective is this: is personhood is for every human being. So there's not like, you don't do, well, you're a human being, you're alive, plus some extra thing. Because the problem with that is it's always subjective. Everyone has different definitions, and it's based on what's convenient for the person suggesting it. So this is, I'm not comparing abortion to slavery. I know everyone hates when that brings up, but I'm not comparing them, to very, very different topics. But what we're saying is, we know that slaves were human beings, but they didn't have personhood under the law.
That's
because
correct.
people power, use that. And so what we're saying is you shouldn't have, if you're a human being, you should immediately have personhood. There shouldn't be some additional thing that you have to pass to get human rights. Because what is a human right? By definition, it belongs to all human beings. There's no qualifier. If you're a human being, you deserve human rights. That's the if human rights were based on some other objective thing, then it would cancel out the whole idea of human rights.
Samantha, so human rights, when does one get human rights?
When they become a human.
When do they become a
minute
human?
They're at fertilization.
Why do they get rights after fertilization?
Because that's when they're a human.
So
it's
a human for you isn't somebody who has consciousness, isn't somebody who breathes, isn't some heartbeat. So basically, if a human being was to die, so his brainwaves would stop, his heart would stop beating, and he'd be dead medically, he'd still be a human being.
Well, yeah, but because we're talking about science. So yeah, even dead people are still human beings. They don't turn into a different species. Now, like we have different rules and laws for like what rights a dead person has, but as far as
if you were to stab a dead person, if you were to stab a dead person, you wouldn't basically, it wouldn't be a crime. You could basically stab it.
If you stab a dead person, I'm pretty sure it is a crime. You can't like mutilate a dead person's body because they still have like respect as a human being and dignity. So like you can't even bury a dead person where you want to bury them. Like there's legal protocols on how to take care of that dead person's body.
So how's a dead person a human?
It's honoring
there's
humanity.
It's honoring humanity. Yes, that one I agree.
A dead body does have rights. You'd be surprised. And if you want to make an argument against it, you're basically making an argument for necrophilia. That it's right to defile a dead body, because it's weird, but it does possess certain rights in that it has dignity, right? It's
I'm not against the rights. I'm not against the rights. I'm just curious about the argument. Go, Samantha. Hold on. Just two guys. Sorry. So yeah, Samantha. I just want to, and then go Sarah. Sierra, just quickly, Samantha, can you explain, like, what was it, the comparison being made, humans and dead humans? Yes. Can you just elaborate on that?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So what I'm saying is even a dead human being is still a human being. So like we're talking about science and we're talking about like they don't turn into a different species when they die. You know, when you die as a human, it's not like you turn into a dead dog. You know what I mean? Like, so you're still a human being.
Okay, fair point.
And so our human being lives begin at fertilization. And then even after we're dead, we're still human beings. We're just dead human beings. We're not living.
This is really silly. I'm sorry. This is just really silly. What you're basically saying, a corpse cannot be defiled. That is correct. But that's because we have made a legal construct that is a crime. It's not because it's still a person. It's not because it's still a human being. It's because people think it's a disgusting thing to do. So please, I don't understand why everybody is trying to say that the fact that a law
I don't understand that argument either, Tira. I don't know how it relates.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you, Tira.
Thank you.
My argument isn't saying that like dead human beings deserve like, the right to, what I'm saying is my only point was that we know that they're human beings, the unborn children. And we know that because only humans can create humans. I don't even remember how dead people got brought up, but some people, because somebody said, well, if they're on like a ventilator and then they die, are they still human beings? And my only point was, yeah, they're still human beings. They're just dead human beings. So it doesn't apply. That argument has nothing to do with abortion. Abortion is talking about living human beings. That was my only argument.
No, but the problem with that argument is when you're looking at basically a fetus, it is alive, right? And it's only something that is alive that you can kill. And so life is the most important thing. It's not that the fact that it's a human being, because it's only something that is alive you can kill. You can't kill a dead person, right? So now, how do you know it's alive? And that's what the question is.
Sure.
Well, because simple biology tells us that life begins at conception and it ends at natural death. Natural death. That's the spectrum. That's a biological fact.
So how do you know? Like I believe
and that's it.
How do you know? How the biology tells you that you've conceived a human being, but about life, how does biology tell you that life starts at conception?
Because anything that's alive
begins to grow and develop from the point of conception to a mature human being. That's the process. So a mother has never given birth to anything other than a human being It's not a duck, it's not a Buick, it's a baby. It's always mothers have always given birth to children. The question is a moral question, and it's a legal question, a moral question. When are we going to grant that developing human being personhood or protection under the Constitution, right? As a normal human being. That's the question. And it's a moral question ultimately. And I think that it's interesting people are quoting polls because polling is problematic. Just because we think now that slavery is wrong from the polls doesn't mean that it was okay back then. It was morally wrong back then, even though everybody agreed with it. And so I think that's what we're doing. We're trying to say, look, this is a moral wrong, and we should all be arguing and moving in the same direction as a society to protect human life.
I think if you make false statements and false arguments, then you can say anything. Everybody did not agree that slavery was okay in 1860. Okay,
and you
Nor
can't,
did
John,
they at
John,
the beginning
you
of
can't
America
also
either.
discount. Hold on, you can't just discount polls. Polls give you the opinion of multiple people. There's only 10 of us, 20 of us on the panel.
Thank you.
It's 7 billion people on the planet, so you can't just say polls. We cannot just rely on polls. Well, these are people giving you their thoughts.
Mario,
Not really,
I want
Mario.
to bring up
With
actually a
polls, you
poll.
can basically get a small sample. You can look at what the sample is. You can
Yeah,
make a
of course.
sample
You
that
look.
is
You look at
you
bias.
look-
Yeah, of
you can
course,
look
of
at the
course.
area.
They're
If I
yeah.
sample someone in Boston,
Simon, hold on. You don't. Yeah, Simon. Okay, good. You told me that polls could be flawed. Great. No one knew that. Of course, they can be flawed. Doesn't mean you discount them. You try to look at polls that are not biased. You try to look at multiple polls. You look at the sample size. You don't just say polls are wrong. It makes no sense.
Polls are
I think
not
moves away from the argument, though.
Mario, polls
Can-
cannot
I
be
agree,
dispositive. They cannot be dispositive
Can I?
as to what is morally
Can I
right
steer
or
us
wrong. They cannot.
in that?
But moral, John,
With
morals are, each person has different morals. Polls give you the morals of multiple people, and then you could use them to make a decision. It doesn't mean you have to agree with the polls. You could be on the polls are split. So I'm just saying you should not discount them just because
I'm
it's
not
moral.
saying,
If
I'm not
anything,
saying to throw them out. I'm just saying that's not the dispositive factor in what is moral and what is right or wrong.
but people, and again, it tells
That's
you
your
what
opinion.
people. Yeah, exactly. That's your opinion on a poll of multiple opinions. So
No,
you're
no,
just
he's right,
one
though,
number
bro.
on that poll.
He's right. So that's the point I was going to make. Like, if you're doing a
What is
poll
it?
about some kind of moral view, for example, Ed brought up the poll that guess what? Only 43% of people think that a baby is murder. That doesn't matter, and I'll explain why. You can have an 80% of people who say that, and the reason is because people are impacted and influenced. You can make a society believe anything, and people are not very smart. They're followers, and media campaigns can make people change opinion. And so when you have that scenario, of course you can get
including yours and John's, bro, and mine.
What do you mean?
We're just numbers on that same poll.
No.
But I think a poll doesn't. No, hold on. A poll, maybe you agree with me. A poll doesn't change facts. So if a poll says the moon doesn't exist, but the moon exists, the moon still exists. But when it comes to morals or opinions, you can't not take polls into consideration. I don't know why we even having this discussion.
What I am arguing.
Hold on, guys. Sorry. So Ian, how am I wrong, Ian? Sorry.
Okay, you're wrong because you are basically doing tyranny of the mob, right? Tyranny of the majority. That is mob rule. That is democracy in its purest form. It's fucking terrible. No, you cannot create laws based on what the majority of people.
I never said. Hold on. Just can you put Ian? Can you stop for a sec? Ian, can you stop? Ian, just stop for a sec. You just said something I didn't say and argued against it. I never said make laws based on polls. I said take polls into consideration.
You should take that into consideration because some people are just fucking wrong.
I don't get it. You don't take. How can you not take polls into consideration? I don't even have a discussion.
The country wants to murder the other 25%, which is what happened in Nazi Germany, and it's what happened in Rwanda, right, and a number of other places. Is that okay? No, of course not.
Bro, it doesn't mean you go. It doesn't mean you go and murder. But you take it.
Yeah,
you're
but
saying
that's
this.
how they justify it, though, isn't it? I mean, that's the
Okay,
reason why
you
polls are
can
stupid.
use polls to justify stupid decisions. Of course you can.
They always do
But
that, which is
you
why
can
I don't
also.
take them into consideration.
There's
I
also
think they're bad.
polls that. There's also people that vote for positive things. Okay, and you could use those as an example. I'm just saying, don't discount polls. Who discounts polls? Who discounts people's opinion? There's 10,000 people listening to us, 200,000 people. You're saying discount them all if we do a poll right now
If
and they all vote.
agree that
Elon Musk
slavery
did
is
a
good,
poll.
do we have to
Like,
take
yeah, if we
them
did
into
a poll now,
consideration?
No,
everyone said Mario smart. Like, I would discount that poll. Like,
Okay, Suleiman. So Ian, what I'm saying is that you don't have to agree with the poll. I'm saying you take it into consideration when making decisions. You take people's opinion into consideration. When you say discount a poll, means people's opinion doesn't matter. Only hours?
Only when if it's wrong, it doesn't matter. If
it's wrong, yeah.
If it's factually wrong,
and
yes.
Who
if it's
determines that it's wrong, Ian? You?
So the question,
Natural
here,
law.
I think this is a good point.
Yeah, so that goes, Ian, you just made my point.
You can't just be
Natural,
claiming
Ian,
that, oh, let's just
you
kill
just made my
25% of world
no.
population. Oh, because the majority of people agree that 25% of people need to go. Like, no, this is
Ian, can I weigh in
I don't
for a moment, please?
Ian, jump in, Grant. But you kind of made
Look,
my point. But go ahead.
You know, polls aren't the end all be all. However, they're very strongly indicative. If you look at the missed polling results over the last 6 years, they're all still in the ballpark. Okay. And surveying
Grant, just 2 seconds. Grant, stop. Just 2 seconds. We choose our president based on polls. We make policy indirectly based on polls.
You don't
I don't
choose
understand
the president based on polls. Not quite. You know, you have the electoral college. Keep that in mind.
And how does the electoral college work? Yeah, but how does the electoral college?
Because if
yeah,
you
I know
did it
it's
based on
different.
popularity alone,
Can you choose a president without polls? It's not purely based on popularity, but it's based on voting, state-based voting.
The polls just in the recent elections in the United States, the midterm elections, the poll were giving you one set of information, and in reality, the result became totally different. So, polls, yeah, they can, and that's different. That's more like, are you going to vote? No. But when you look at moral ideas, and that's what we were talking about, is something right? Is murder okay? Is slavery okay? Those things you can manipulate a populace to believe something and do something, and it's just based
so you discount a poll or fix the problem of polls being biased, of mainstream
it's
media
not
having
that,
too much
like,
influence.
there are certain laws that are not dictated in the United States by polling. You just can't. If they're unconstitutional, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree, Ian. I agree with you. Hold on, Grant. I agree with you, Ian.
There are constitutional frameworks, and the Constitution is based on natural law, right? It's based on natural law. This is why polling is stupid. Democracy is dumb. It's a failed experiment.
Ian, I think we agree. Because I don't think everything should be decided on polls. I'm just saying they shouldn't be but they shouldn't also be discounted. They should at least be taken into consideration one way or another. Do you agree?
Well, you can think about it, but like, you know, if you poll people 60 years ago, if slavery was okay, they'd be like, yeah, it's fucking cool. You know, I want to slave.
That's because slavery was not okay 60 years ago. Sorry. Get your facts right.
Just an example.
If you just make a false statement, you can prove any point based on that. And boy, that's exciting to hear, but that's not why I came here.
Here's the point. There's a basic point of philosophy. Does moral absolutes exist? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, if they exist, then how do we find them? We find them not just through polling. We find them through understanding other things. So that's my point, is that if we're going to believe that there's things that are morally true, right, and absolutely true, not just because the multiple people say that they are, because my opinion is, but if we believe that that exists, even in the abstract, we're trying to find out what that is.
I'll wrap it up. I'll kind of wrap it up with this.
Question, please. Is the First Amendment, the first commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," is that a moral absolute? Yes or no?
Yes.
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 Absolutely.
Okay. What about the United States military? Should they not kill?
There's a difference between kill and murder.
Oh, there's a difference. Okay. But
then it's no longer an absolute. But then it's no longer an absolute.
No, it's not quite. You don't understand the Bible if that's
no. That's it. Point taken. Thank you.
No,
but I want to.
You don't understand the Bible. Please don't quote from it. It's fucking disgusting. Okay.
Yeah, I want to go back to the.
Do not pull that with me. Thank you.
Okay, I do want to go back to Zintani. Just go back to topic. But last thing I want to say on the polling thing is that we all agreed, and we've made that point so many times, that concentration of power is not a good thing. Polling is the opposite of concentration of power. It's just getting everyone to.
The public can be swayed to do anything it wants.
Yeah, they can be swayed, but it's better than concentration of power. It's better than having 10 people make a decision.
No. I vehemently reject that. That is nonsense. If you have the public saying, 75% of people say, we need to kill the other 25%. We need to oppress them. We need to take away their rights.
So a better decision. So how what's the solution? You have 10 people make a decision then?
Authoritarianism, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't understand how.
Do you like mob rule? Because we can go down that.
So
path.
having 10. Ian, so you think having 10 people?
Woke liberals, you think, like majority.
Well,
this is guys. Hold on. So you think, Ian? Ian, can we go back and forth? Ian, let's go back and forth.
Put you in jail.
Ian, Jesus, bro. Ian, we're not going back and forth, man. You're not listening at all. Do you think? Just want to make sure I know your stance. Do you think having 10 people making decisions is better than people in general making? Both are flawed, but which one's more flawed? polls and everyone makes a decision, or 10 people make a decision for everyone else? Ian.
Oh,
Ian, you
fucking
there?
muted. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
saying it depends on who's making the call. I mean, let's say you go to a hospital, you're diagnosed with a disease. Who would you prefer making the decision for you? The surgeon or the 50 guys who know nothing about medicine?
Perfect. Good point. I like that answer. Okay, let me go. Yeah, yeah. No, let's go with it. Okay, so a surgeon makes a decision. Okay, and I agree with that. So
And
who
you choose,
creates?
right? You choose
Okay, yeah,
the,
sure.
He gives
Yeah,
you the
let's.
option,
Yeah,
You
true,
make an
true.
informed
But
decision.
and I think we'll agree. Let's just finish this quickly, and then we'll go to Zintani back to topic. But so a surgeon gets the right to be a surgeon based on a certain test, on a certain system they have to follow. Who builds that system? Well, the health department. Okay. Then who leads that department? Shouldn't people vote for that person?
Science, Mario, it's based on science because, like, if they're training really bad surgeons that are trained to kill people, then they're not going to be very good surgeons, are they?
Sure, based on science. But I'm saying who chooses the person that leads that department, that creates the system that allows surgeons to be surgeons?
There's tests. There's
and who builds those? Okay, so I understand. All right, let's could go back for a while. Could be a good.
You're alive. You know, the people who can diagnose the disease that you have. You're not going to have.
No, but I'm just saying we need who determines that. I think as a species we should all work together.
Determining it. It's like, who determines whether the moon is in the sky? I don't know. Look at the moon.
No, this is a sure. This is a fact, and I think I know.
It's empirical fact. It cannot be disputed.
I looked up at the sky and I saw the moon. I determined it was there.
Okay, so we'll go to Zintani. We'll go back to topic.
You asked a good question, but I mean, from my perspective, I mean, this is just my own personal opinion, but I don't think that a society where everybody gets a vote is like a good society. Like, people are dumb.
It's not good. So this is one. This is one extreme.
Not everyone should get a vote. Like, come on, people.
Not every vote.
I think there should be
sure.
I think there should be certain parameters in place that you're able to vote.
Yeah, man. Look, I think you're going on one extreme. I think not every vote should be.
Extreme. It used to be like that. It used to be like that in most places, and then we embraced so-called democracy. And look at where we are now.
Ian, I was just speaking, bro.
Sorry, bro.
That's right, man.
I like talking sometimes.
Slimane, yeah, I agree with your point. Like, having everyone vote on everything is not the best decision, but at the same time, discounting votes altogether is not the right decision. It's somewhere in the middle, and I think it's a whole discussion on where in the middle it is. That's what the discussion I was trying to have with Ian. Do you agree on that, at least, so we can go back to topic?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, and I've thought about this quite a lot, actually. So I do have like a mechanism what I think we should have, but it's another discussion.
Cool. All right. Good. We'll give you back the mic, and I think Zintani maybe could jump in.
Mario, can I talk?
Zintani, your voice changed.
This is good.
No, we'll right after Zintani. I think it was you, John. Oh no, Jeff right after Zintani.
I just wanted to say I think I get why this panel is so popular. Ian, you're a really funny dude. You say some wacky stuff. I mean, Mario was making a point about democracy, and you came in and said,
Ian goes. Me and Ian go back. He was part of the first spaces we did on Twitter Files. So me and him go back. I know Ian really well, so don't worry about it.
I just wanted to say, like, Ian, you said we had abortions in Nazi Germany, and therefore it's bad. People also ate food. You did.
No, I didn't say that.
You said that as a point. You said
no. I said that killing 75. Let's say 75% of the population wants to kill 25%. Is that okay? No, of course not. Right. That's why democracy or mob rule is really bad. It's a bad system. It doesn't work. I mean, the Greeks talked about this. They talked about the failure of democracy, and that's why they established the Republic. I mean, read Plato's The Republic. I mean, that was exactly why they formed it, because mob rule is disastrous. It's a failure. You have, a group of people that outnumber everybody else, and then they decide the laws, and it's just trash, right? Like, you don't want the majority ruling over the minority. It's terrible. If that were the case, gay people wouldn't have rights, right?
Then don't move to Florida, buddy.
Actually, trash is the co-host, not part of this discussion.
Jeff, jump in. It's not make you take over again. But Jeff, I know you want to tell your story. I think it's a good time to jump in.
Okay. My story is kind of long and a little bit complicated. I'm going to try to make it concise.
Yeah, try to keep it concise, please.
Yeah, I'm 55. I was adopted. I discovered maybe in 2015 that my biological mother was my adoptive sister. So what happened was my parents had adopted two children. One of them had been conceived from being raped, and I didn't know that my sister was actually my biological mother. I got to know her really well. I'm a musician, and I'm originally from California, and I would hang out with her in Santa Monica. And a long time ago, I remember my 16-year-old niece got pregnant when she was in high school, and I remember my biological mother, who I thought was my adoptive sister, said she should adopt her baby. And I was like, no, why? I'm so glad that my biological mother did not murder me. And it wasn't until 2015 that I discovered, after my two adoptive parents and my biological sister / mother died, that she was actually my mother. And what I know about all this that makes it relevant is that she had 3 abortions I know of. She was a musician. She actually inspired me to become a musician. She was super talented. I know I probably inherited a lot of that stuff with her. But I am thankful that I was adopted. And then when I later got married, my now ex-wife and I adopted our daughter from China. And and my big point is that no matter what happens, adoption is a so much better option. And I adopted my daughter from China, which in 2017 had their one child policy. And she is now 17. And I love her more than anything else. She is so sweet. And I had a nephew that he was also.
So Jeff, just to first, I appreciate you sharing your story, and that's why I brought you up, your story, and I think, Sierra, I'd love you to respond to Jeff's point. No, I interrupted him without trying not to be disrespectful, but to kind of bring him back to the point. He makes a very valid point. Would love your thoughts on it, and that's a similar argument made by others as well. A counter argument could be made as well. Maybe I can give you that, Sierra. You could touch on both, where I've had that experience personally. People do get adopted and the outcome isn't as positive as Jeff's. So what are your thoughts here?
Are you asking me?
Your name is Sierra, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. I think that your mother was very privileged to have parents that assumed that responsibility for her. Not many people have two good parents that are willing to assume that responsibility and support her as they did. I too was a teen mother, and I was terrified, and thankfully I had two good parents that were able to support me. They weren't these terrible people that would throw me out onto the street, leaving me to fend for myself and not have an option. I was very privileged. And I think that is being left out of this conversation, that there is an awful lot of privilege that goes with maybe young girls or women that that don't have to make that decision. Had my parents thrown me out of the house, I may not have my child today. So I'm sure that you're very thankful, Jeff. I believe that your mother's parents were very privileged and able to help her keep you.
I think that's a valid point. But again, this is kind of something that we were talking about before, where we've got to have more structures in our environment, our society, to be able to help these parents who are having children and not having abortions, though, right? So, like, that is a good argument to be made, and it is. It was a powerful story as well. But that is the thing. We can't just. It's kind of what Millie was talking about earlier. We can't just drop the ball once these kids are born if we're limiting, abortion, which you guys asked me at the very start of the space. Well, you guys know my position on this. But I would agree 100% that I need to do what I can, and I'm willing to, and I'm not a father, I'm not married. I pay a lot of taxes. I'm a net taxpayer, and I don't like a lot of social spending. Mothers are a different story for me, guys. Mothers are very much a different story, and I think that conversation needs to start being had again. And I also think that there's a lot of ways that churches and many other organizations do try to provide these services and crowdfund and crowdsource to create resources. There's tons of resource centers out there. And I would also remind people that there is a waiting list of 2 million couples out there in the United States alone that want to adopt. So again, all of these options are there, and I have not been convinced or moved out of my position in this conversation today,
They
Sarah.
want to adopt babies, which is why Jeff went
Isn't that
to
the whole point of
China.
this? Isn't that the whole
not
point of this
adopt
conversation?
the 60,000 kids that are in foster care that aren't so desirable. The
But wait,
10-year-old, the
Sarah.
17-year-old.
This is not a foster care conversation.
This
This is not a foster care conversation. This is
about
this is
babies.
a baby and abortion conversation.
Yeah, like kids that are given up to foster care, they're not products of oh my mom, oh the mom didn't want to have an abortion or something. It's because they didn't look
100%.
after them, and sometimes the
100%,
parents
Sarah.
die, and they don't have anyone looking after them.
I think we all agree, whether we're pro-choice or pro-life, that we want those children to be in safe, good homes, and we want them to be adopted, and we want the system to be reformed. So I just don't think it's worth even touching, just because I think we're all on the same page. I think whether you agree with abortion or not, we all want that for those children. We all hate the stats that are currently happening. So I think we should just focus on abortion, just because that's where we disagree.
That makes no sense.
Okay, it does.
What-
So
sorry,
Zintani,
what makes-
again, I'll be very
If
clear.
you're being
No,
a
no, no.
pragmatic person and you're trying
No,
to
no,
find
wait.
a solution, okay.
No. There are 2 million couples waiting to adopt babies. The conversation is abortion, which means
that's not actually true. That's the high end of an estimate. That's just estimated. That's not actually a statistic.
Oh,
There's no central
it's estimated that
statistic.
there's 2 million.
We know that there's multiple waiting lists. So whether it's 2 million, 1 million, 4 million, we know that there's not enough babies yet.
Well, what about babies?
babies.
Hold on. What about babies? I'll bring up babies. For example, some of the abortions happen with babies who, for example, the parents are drug addicts, right? And so they don't want to have the babies because of their addiction situations, because they might also impact the babies. And in fact, they do. So those babies, when they are given birth to, often have significant defects and issues, and they tend to be not as wanted by these parents who are waiting on these wait lists.
Can I ask you? So,
Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
Everything I've read, and someone can prove me wrong in the comments if they want, but everything I've read about adoption, which is a lot, is that it's actually across the board. So even children with disabilities, even children of all different races, they all babies get adopted. So that's why there's a waiting list. I don't think that there's like a group of babies who don't get adopted based on their disabilities or their race or their gender, or any other factor. I think everything I've read says that all babies get adopted at this point. But if anyone has any evidence against that, let me know. But that's what I've read. So
can I ask a question, Sliman? Do you want to ask a question to Sliman? Can you hear me, Sliman?
Yeah,
Is my audio okay? Yeah, man. So there's a movie, one of my favorite movies, but it's a heartbreaking movie, and I stopped watching sad movies a few years ago. But this one I watched a while ago. It's a Far de Bien or something along those. They've had many kids, and they would give away their kids at a certain age for money, marry them to someone who's got money, etc. It's a very depressing story, but relatively common. And the kid sued his parents because they brought him to the world. And he said he said to the judge, like, they knew they can't raise me. They knew I won't have a good life. They've done it again and again and again to my brothers and sisters. Yet I don't want to conflate.
Trash piece of a dumpster. Okay.
So I don't want to conflate both issues, and I know they're separate issues, but I'm genuinely curious, Slayman. I don't know what the statistics are in terms of adoption in the US. I think someone said there's 2 million parents waiting for kids. I'm not sure if there's a
High-end
shortage or
estimate.
difficulty. Yeah, so is there difficulty in them getting kids? Don't they want kids from the third world? Is it what's the reason they're not able to find kids? Because there's hundreds of millions of kids that are looking
Okay,
for parents
do
and
you
looking
know
for a
that-
life.
Mario, you know,
So the data.
Mario, you know that it's very, okay, it can be extremely difficult. We're talking about America right now, for American parents to adopt from foreign countries. Many countries put limitations on these things. China used to have many adoptions. And
How
that
about
has
does the
changed.
African countries? The Africans have really strict restrictions.
Many countries have decided they do not want to do this, or they're making it much harder. Also, of course, during COVID, there were problems with traveling, etc. But it's not an easy process necessarily. There are probably, let's say, 1 million on the lower end people who want to adopt, and there are not anywhere near that many children available in foreign countries. Certainly not in America as well.
So sorry, Mario. Was your question about what Americans wanting to adopt foreigners?
No, the question
I
was
didn't
someone
get one.
mentioned the
Yeah, I didn't-
statistics
I didn't
earlier.
get
No,
one.
no.
Yeah. So in terms
Yeah.
of-
So there's a question about
yeah.
parents struggling to find kids to adopt.
So in terms of abroad, I'm not sure about parents struggling to find kids to adopt, but obviously it's not. You don't have a. I know this one movie that you give an example of, but that's not how society is run in the third world. In the third world, children are valued. You don't have abortion as much. You have large families. You don't have the current depopulation problem. So the problem that you got that exists that we are facing in the West is they're not having the same problems. There's different problems. These are first world problems that we're dealing with right now.
Correct. People value life in the third world. I mean, and there's an economic reason for it too. You know, a lot of poor families will raise a lot of children because their kids are basically their insurance policy, right? You want someone to look after you when you grow old. It doesn't matter if you can, I don't know, sell them on to someone who is like willing to pay you, you know, like adoptive parents or something. It doesn't matter. Like your kids are your kids, and you love them, you know, and also they're gonna love you when they grow up and you grow really, really old and need someone to look after you. So that's why
And you know what
it's
happens
treated
in
very
third world
differently.
countries? There's like a community situation. So what will happen is if somebody is
No,
struggling-
hold on, Simon. Let me give you a number. So I just looked it up now. UNICEF says approximately 400 million children worldwide were living in extreme poverty. That's under $1.90 a day. That's in 2020. I know we're talking about a first world problem, but I'm just kind of adding another aspect of the
I was just
discussion.
gonna mention that people in the third world live in extreme poverty. Like my great grandparents lived in like extreme poverty.
I come from a similar world,
Yeah.
so I
And
can
so
relate.
what would happen is when somebody was in poverty, what happens is a community situation. So people who are slightly more affluent, just within that community, so not affluent in the world, they'd help and they'd look after the kids. And there's almost like a community situation where people are helping each other look after the kids. Hence why you have a large number of kids, and hence why you're right, they live in poverty and yet they're not killing the children.
Correct.
I'd like to bring this back to the original discussion about, you know, the framework that these children are brought into. And I just want to point something out that nobody's mentioned, which is that this restrictive abortion law was passed and signed today, but there wasn't a single law passed to do anything that's going to help a prospective mother. Nothing of substance. I mean, Florida is a state that didn't even expand Medicaid under Obamacare, which means that there's 1 million people in Florida who could have basically free health insurance that do not have it, okay, including many, many, many mothers who don't have health insurance, right? So, I mean, we're not talking about a hypothetical here. Like, nothing is being done to support motherhood, but there's a lot being done to put motherhood onto women, and even more to give women medical issues that they would not otherwise have because the government is making certain decisions. And that's a real fact. It's not abstract. It's not about, you know, abstract freedom or abstract morals. It's a reality.
Ian, I'll let you come back and try and.
No, it's fine. I'm playing Call of Duty. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. Go to somebody else.
He said,
I'll mute myself.
he said DeSantis is a terrible governor. He did not provide any form of legislation to help.
No, I think, Simon, I think we've covered the topic well. I know you were telling me the same in the back channels, Simon. I think we've covered the topic well. It's as you know, it's a topic I don't like to speak about too much, and I've given my reasons. It's a very, very sensitive topic.
Mario, he
yeah,
said talk about it, he was hiding in the back. I said, don't worry.
I'm a coward. No, I just don't find. I don't know. I just don't find it to be my place. I think everyone has an opinion, but I just can't get myself to speak about it. Considering,
don't worry,
I
believe work hard, get the courage, and one day,
yes, I do. I know, Ian. I know, Ian. I know where you're going with this.
I wouldn't be too much of an asshole, but when do you believe life has value? Is it like
you're never an asshole
what?
to me. I don't know if you noticed. You've never been an asshole to me.
I know, yeah.
So
I'm
you can give it a shot. You can give it a shot for once. Okay. No, I value life, but then the debate comes in: when is it considered?
Okay,
when is it?
What's the gut? What does the gut tell you? Don't think about it too hard. Just off the top of your head. What do you think?
My gut has no opinion whatsoever on this. He's like, Mario, I'm not getting involved in this shit. Leave me out of it. I'm not speaking to Ian. My gut doesn't want to even talk to you.
You're a coward.
But it was a good discussion. It was a good discussion. I enjoyed it. Simon, your thoughts?
Mario's gonna work hard, get the courage, and one day when he's strong enough, he'll moderate.
Yeah, he'll be like, yeah, life actually begins at conception.
No, Simon, you know the difference. You know the difference. You know the difference between. You know the difference between me and you, Slayman? Do you know the main difference?
Tell me, Mario.
I'll tell you, man. I know what I don't know, and I don't talk about shit I have no idea about. You pretend to know everything, and you talk about everything.
Mario, don't talk about Muslim, do you?
just because you know Tate now, just because you're the Tate expert, suddenly you think you're the expert of everything. Man, it doesn't work like this. No, it's good.
That's why.
On a point to backslide, man, he knows this topic really well. He's been covering it for a long time, surprisingly. But I enjoyed the discussion.
Closing comment.
Yeah, man, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, closing comment. I just want to thank you. This is a remarkable discourse. This doesn't happen anywhere else in society, and it's praise to Elon and Spaces, but it's also for you, because this kind of reasoned discourse and talking about freely about these kinds of issues is remarkable. It just doesn't happen, and it ought to happen everywhere. It doesn't happen anywhere, and you have provided a forum for this. So I just want to thank you. It's very meaningful to me.
John,
no, I appreciate it.
Why
Also,
are you praising this guy when he wasn't here for the whole debate?
Simon, I don't know. Do you know? Yo, Simon, do you know I have a remove co-host button? I have a remove co-host button. Just wanna point that out. No, I appreciate it, John. Also, a lot of the speakers here, having the guts to come on and speak and share very personal stories, Frojantani to Jeff and others, and Trash. So applaud them for making it happen. But yeah, man, like I remember when Slayman, just before he went to bed, he sends me a message. He sends me a screenshot of the DeSantis decision. He's like, or DeSantos, as Slayman says. And he's like, Mario, should we cover this? I kind of freeze for like half an hour. Then I'm like, fuck, okay, we have no other topic. Because it's one I've been delaying for a long time. It's a very, very difficult
we've
one.
been meaning to have this, right? In previous laws have passed and such.
Yeah,
talking about it, mulling it
so
over.
now we know the reason why he was scared.
And
Mario,
Ian, but go ahead.
I have a question for you, actually. You said that you've been delaying this conversation for a while. How did you find this conversation to be, given that it's obviously a controversial one?
It's very tough. I think it was well handled. Otherwise, I would have jumped in. If you see me not jump in for a while, it means like it hasn't gone to a level where we're gonna get cancelled. It's always my worry. But I think so. It's been well handled. I think the moderation done by the guys was incredible, and the speakers as well. It's a very personal topic for me as well. So I try not to talk about topics that are too personal, because then I can't be objective about it. But I think it went well. What do you think, Caroline? I know you moderate a lot of spaces.
I think it went great. I think anytime that there's a contentious subject that comes up and people are able to debate it and it not devolve into like things getting ugly, I'm always proud of that. I think it's fine for there to be a little bit of yelling, a little bit of talking over each other. Like, we're all very impassioned about this sort of thing. I think that's natural. But as long as we're being respectful of each other, I think that's a really good, productive conversation. And I think the thing that I always say is like, I want to prove that we can have hard conversations well. And I think that we did that here tonight. And I think that is hopefully motivation for us to take some of these conversations outside of spaces. I think a lot of us, we've proved something to ourselves here tonight.
And also, Caroline, you shared a personal story too, so I didn't mention your name earlier. Grant, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for discussing this. It's obviously a sensitive topic. and having a solid open dialogue on fair terms is really important. And, you know, that's something I'd just like to mention for everybody here. I'll be discussing internet free speech at a conference next month in Orange County and debating Dennis Prager. Our debate is the keynote for the Internet Equality Summit. It's IES23.com. I'm very excited. We're going to have some real experts on, you know, free speech on the internet, and specifically the number one expert that I know of about Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which is one of the big questions politically and legally about how free speech is moderated on the internet. So I would love it.
Are you going to talk about the Restrict Act? Just wondering.
Oh, nice question.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about it then. It's coming up on May 11th through the 13th, and it's IES23.com. So thanks for having me.
No, and Grant,
really
thanks a lot, Grant. By the way, Ian, the point we went back and forth, me and you, about, I think you're getting a lot of comments against the point you're making. Is like, you know, discount polls and voting. No, I think you didn't articulate it well. So I actually want to bring it into another topic, maybe another future space. It's a very good point you're making, and I agree with you on in more ways than you think. So it's actually a topic that I want to discuss. We'll try to link it to a story in the next few days. So I just want to kind of point that out. But otherwise, great space, everyone. Thank you so much. We'll see you again tomorrow. We'll see what we'll cover, and enjoy your night. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thanks, Maria.